Magic is real, but logic is power. As the mysteries deepen, will Harry's intellect be enough to outmaneuver fate? Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians, to another chapter in the brilliant and mind-bending world of Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality by Eliezer Yudkowsky. We're diving into Part 9, chapters 41 to 50, where puzzles grow more complex, alliances shift, and the stakes rise higher than ever. If you love stories that challenge the way you think, you're in the right place. Disclaimer: this audiobook is a fan-made production for entertainment purposes. Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality is written by Eliezer Yudkowsky, and all rights to the Harry Potter universe belong to J.K. Rowling. If you enjoy this story, please consider supporting the original author on fanfiction platforms. Harry continues to experiment, strategize, and manipulate the wizarding world like a grand game of chess. But what happens when logic alone isn't enough? What happens when magic fights back? Expect thrilling discoveries, unexpected twists, and the kind of deep, rational thinking that makes this fanfiction a modern classic. Methods of Rationality is not just a fanfiction. It's a philosophical reimagining of Harry Potter, blending science, reason, and psychological warfare into an unforgettable narrative. This is Harry Potter like you've never seen before. If you love immersive audiobooks and exclusive content, consider becoming a channel member. Members get early access, special perks, and a voice in future narrations. Join the Grimoire Guardians today and help support more incredible stories. And now, let's return to Hogwarts, where knowledge is the greatest weapon of all. 41. Frontal Override. The biting January wind held around the vast blank stone walls that demarcated the material bounds of the Castle Hogwarts, whispering and whistling in odd pitches as it blew past closed windows and stone turrets. The most recent snow had mostly blown away, but occasional patches of melted and refrozen ice still stuck to the stone face and blazed reflected sunlight. From a distance, it must have looked like Hogwarts was blinking hundreds of eyes. A sudden gust made Draco flinch and try, impossibly, to press his body even closer to the stone, which felt like ice and smelled like ice. Some utterly pointless instinct seemed convinced that he was about to be blown off the outer wall of Hogwarts, and that the best way to prevent this was to jerk around in helpless reflex and possibly throw up. Draco was trying very hard not to think about the 6 stories worth of empty air underneath him, and focus, instead, on how he was going to kill Harry Potter. "You know, Mr. Malfoy," said the young girl beside him in a conversational voice, "if a seer had told me that someday I'd be hanging onto the side of a castle by my fingertips, trying not to look down or think about how loud Mum'd scream if she saw me, I would not have had any idea of how it'd happen, except that it'd be Harry Potter's fault." Earlier, the 2 allied generals stepped together over Longbottom's body, their boots hitting the floor in almost perfect synchrony. Only a single soldier now stood between them and Harry, a Slytherin boy named Samuel Clemens, whose hand was clenched white around his wand, held upward to sustain his prismatic wall. The boy's breathing was coming rapidly, but his face showed the same cold determination that lit the eyes of his general, Harry Potter, who was standing behind the prismatic wall at the dead end of the corridor next to an open window, with his hands held mysteriously behind his back. The battle had been ridiculously difficult, for the enemy being outnumbered 2-1. It should have been easy. Dragon Army and the Sunshine Regiment had melded together easily in practice sessions. They'd fought each other long enough to know each other very well indeed. Morale was high. Both armies knowing that this time they weren't just fighting to win for themselves, but fighting for a world free of traitors. Despite the surprised protests of both generals, The soldiers of the combined army had insisted on calling themselves Dramione's Sungan Argument, and produced patches for their insignia of a smiling face wreathed in flames. But Harry's soldiers had all blackened their own insignia. It didn't look like paint, more like they'd burned that part of their uniforms, and they'd fought all through the upper levels of Hogwarts with a desperate fury. The cold rage that Draco sometimes saw in Harry had seemed to trickle down into his soldiers, and they'd fought like it hadn't been play. And Harry had emptied out his entire bag of tricks. There'd been tiny metal balls, Granger had identified them as ball bearings, on floors and staircases, rendering them impassable until cleared. Only Harry's army had already practiced coordinated hover charms, and they could fly their own people right over the obstacles they'd made. You couldn't bring devices into the game from outside, but you could transfigure anything you wanted during the game, so long as it was safe. And that just wasn't fair when you were fighting a boy raised by scientists who knew about things like ball bearings and skateboards and bungee cords. And so it had come to this. The survivors of the Allied forces had cornered the last remnants of Harry Potter's army in a dead-end corridor. Weasley and Vincent had rushed Longbottom at the same time, moving together like they'd practiced for weeks instead of hours, and somehow Longbottom had managed to hex them both before falling himself. And now it was Draco and Granger and Padma and Samuel and Harry. And by the looks of Samuel, his prismatic wall couldn't last much longer. Draco had already leveled his wand at Harry, waiting for the prismatic wall to fall of its own accord. There was no need to waste a breaking drill hex before then. Padma leveled her own wand at Samuel. Granger leveled hers at Harry. Harry was still hiding his hands behind his back, instead of aiming his wand, and looking at them with a face that could have been carved out of ice. It might be a bluff. It probably wasn't. There was a brief, tense silence. And then Harry spoke. "I'm the villain now," the young boy said coldly. "And if you think villains are this easy to finish off, you'd better think again. Beat me when I'm fighting seriously, and I'll stay beaten, but lose, and we'll be doing this all over again next time." The boy brought his hands forward, and Draco saw that Harry was wearing strange gloves with a peculiar grayish material on the fingertips and buckles that stabbed the gloves tightly to his wrists. Beside Draco, the Sunshine General gasped in horror, and Draco, without even asking why, fired a breaking drill hex. Samuel staggered. He let out a scream as he staggered, but he held the wall, and if Padma or Granger fired now, they would exhaust their own forces so badly that they might just lose. "Harry!" shouted Granger. "You can't be serious." Harry was already in motion, and as he swung out the open window, his cold voice said, "Follow if you dare." The icy wind held around them. Draco's arms were already starting to feel tired. It had developed that, yesterday, Harry had carefully demonstrated to Granger exactly how to transfigure the gloves he was currently wearing, which used something called gecko seedy, and how to glue transfigured patches of the same material to the toes of their shoes. And Harry and Granger had, in innocent childish play, tried climbing around the walls and ceiling a little. And that, also yesterday, Harry had supplied Granger with a grand total of exactly 2 doses of feather-falling potion to carry around in her pouch, just in case. Not that Padma would have followed them. Anyway, she wasn't crazy. Draco carefully peeled loose his right hand, stretched it over as far as he could, and slapped it down on the stone again. Beside him, Granger did the same. They'd already swallowed the feather-falling potion. It was skirting the edges of the game rules, but the potion wouldn't be activated unless one of them actually fell. And so long as they didn't fall, they weren't using the item. Professor Quirrell was watching them. The two of them were perfectly, completely, utterly safe. Harry Potter, on the other hand, was going to die. "I wonder why Harry is doing this," said General Granger in a reflective tone, as she slowly peeled the fingertips of one hand off the wall with an extended, sticky sound. Her hand plopped back down again, almost as soon as it was lifted. "I'll have to ask him that after I kill him." It was amazing how much the two of them were turning out to have in common. Draco didn't really feel like talking right now, but he managed to say through gritted teeth, "Could be revenge. For the date." "Really?" said Granger. "After all this time?" Stick. Plop. "How sweet of him," said Granger. Stick. Plop. "I guess I'll find some truly romantic way to thank him," said Granger. Stick. Plop. "What's he got against you?" said Granger. Stick. Plop. The icy wind held around them. One might have thought it would feel safer to have ground under your feet again. But if that ground was a slanted roof tiled with rough slats, which had rather a lot more ice on it than the stone walls, and you were running across it at a high rate of speed, then you would be sadly mistaken. "Luminos!" shouted Draco. "Luminos!" shouted Granger. "Luminos!" shouted Draco. "Luminos!" shouted Granger. The distant figure was dodging and scrambling as it ran, and not a single shot hit, but they were gaining, until Granger slipped. It was inevitable. In retrospect, in real life you couldn't actually run across icy, slanted rooftops at a high rate of speed. And also inevitably, because it happened without the slightest thought, Draco spun and grabbed for Granger's right arm, and he caught her. Only she was already too far off balance. She was falling and pulling Draco with her. It all happened so quickly. There was a hard, painful impact. Not just Draco's weight hitting the rooftop, but some of Granger's weight too. And if she'd hit just a little bit closer to the edge, they could have made it. But instead her body tipped again, and her legs slipped off, and her other hand grabbed frantically, and that was how Draco ended up holding onto Granger's arm in a white grip, while her other hand clenched frantically at the edge of the rooftop, and the toes of Draco's shoes dug into the edge of a roof tile. "Hermione!" Harry's voice shrieked distantly. "Draco!" whispered Granger's voice, and Draco looked down. That might have been a mistake. There was a lot of air underneath her. Nothing but air. They were on the edge of a rooftop that had jutted out from the main stone wall of Hogwarts. "He's going to come help me," whispered the girl. "But first he's going to luminos both of us. There's no way he wouldn't. You have to let me go." It should have been the easiest thing in the world. She was just a mudblood. Just a mudblood. Just a mudblood. She wouldn't even be hurt. Draco's brain wasn't listening to anything Draco was telling it right now. "Do it," Hermione Granger whispered, her eyes blazing without a single trace of fear. "Do it, Draco. Do it. You can beat him yourself. We have to win Draco." There was a sound of someone running, and it was coming closer. "Oh, be rational." The voice in Draco's head sounded an awful lot like Harry Potter teaching lessons. "Are you going to let your brain run your life?" Aftermath 1. It was taking a bit of an effort for Daphne Greengrass to keep herself quiet, as Millicent Bulstrode retold the story in the Slytherin Girls' Common Room, a cozy, cool place in the dungeons running beneath the Hogwarts lake, with fish swimming past every window, and couches you could lie down in if you wanted. Mostly because, in Daphne's opinion, it was a perfectly good story already without all of Millicent's improvements. "And then what?" gasped Flora and Hestia Caro. General Granger looked up at him. Millicent said dramatically, and she said, "Draco, you've got to let go of me. Don't worry about me. Draco, I promise I'll be all right. And what do you suppose Malfoy did then? He said never, shouted Charlotte Wyland, and held on even tighter. All the listening girls except Pansy Parkinson nodded. Nope, said Millicent. He dropped her. And then he jumped up and shot General Potter. The end. There was a stunned pause. You can't do that, said Charlotte. She's a mudblood, said Pansy, sounding confused. Of course he let go. Well, Malfoy shouldn't have grabbed her in the first place, then, said Charlotte. But once he grabbed her, he had to hang on, especially in the face of approaching certain doom. Tracy Davis, sitting next to Daphne, was nodding along in firm agreement. I don't see why, said Pansy. That's because you don't have the tiniest smidgen of romance in you, said Tracy. Besides, you can't just go dropping girls. A boy who'd drop a girl like that, he'd drop anyone. He'd drop you, Pansy. What'd you mean, drop me? Pansy said. Daphne couldn't resist any more. You know, Daphne said darkly, you're eating breakfast one day at our table, and the next thing you know, Malfoy lets go of you, and you're falling off the top of Hogwarts. That's what? Yeah, said Charlotte. He's a witch dropper. You know why Atlantis fell, said Tracy. 'Cause someone like Malfoy dropped it, that's why. Daphne lowered her voice. In fact, what if Malfoy's the one who made General Granger, slip in the first place? What if he's out to make all the Muggleborns trip and fall? You mean, gasped Tracy. That's right. Daphne said dramatically, what if Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin? The next drop, Lord, said Tracy, which was far too good a line for anyone to keep to themselves. So by nightfall it was all over Hogwarts, and the next morning it was the Quibbler's headline. Aftermath 2. Hermione made sure she got to their usual classroom nice and early that evening, just so that she would be by herself in a chair, peacefully reading a book when Harry got there. If there was any way for a door to creak open apologetically, that was how the door was creaking open. Said Harry Potter's voice. Hermione kept reading. I'm kinda sorry. I didn't mean for you to actually fall off the roof or anything. It had been quite an entertaining experience, in fact. I don't have much experience apologizing. I'll fall to my knees if you want, or buy you something expensive. Hermione, I don't know how to apologize to you. For this, what can I do? Just tell me. She kept reading the book in silence. It wasn't as if she had any idea how Harry could apologize, either. Right now, she was just feeling a sort of odd curiosity as to what would happen if she kept reading her book for a while. 42. Courage. Romantic. Hermione said. They're both boys. Wow, Daphne said, sounding a little shocked. You mean Muggles really do hate that? I thought that was just something the Death Eaters made up. No, said an older Slytherin girl Hermione didn't recognize. It's true, they have to get married in secret. And if they're ever discovered, they get burned at the stake together. And if you're a girl who thinks it's romantic, they burn you too. That can't be right, objected a Gryffindor girl, while Hermione was still trying to sort out what to say to that. There wouldn't be any Muggle girls left. She kept on reading quietly, and Harry Potter had kept on trying to apologize, and it had soon dawned on Hermione that Harry had realized, possibly for the first time in his life, that he'd done something annoying, and that Harry, definitely for the first time in his life, was terrified that he'd lost her as a friend, and she'd started to feel guilty and be worried about the direction Harry's increasingly desperate offers were going. But she still had no idea what sort of apology was appropriate. So she'd said that the Ravenclaw girls should vote on it, And this time she wouldn't fix the outcome, though she hadn't mentioned that part, to which Harry had instantly agreed. The next day, practically every Ravenclaw girl over the age of 13 had voted to have Draco drop Harry. Hermione had felt mildly disappointed. It was that simple, though it was obviously fair. Right now, however, standing just outside the great doors of the castle amid half the female population of Hogwarts, Hermione was beginning to suspect that there were things going on here that she did not understand, and that she desperately hoped neither of her fellow generals ever heard about. You couldn't really see the details from up there, just the general fact of a sea of expectant female faces. "You've got no idea what this is about, do you?" said Draco, sounding amused. Harry had read a fair number of books he wasn't supposed to read, not to mention a few Quibbler headlines. "Boy who lived gets Draco Malfoy pregnant," said Harry. "Okay, you do know what this is about," said Draco. "I thought Muggles hated that." "Only the dumb ones," said Harry. "But, aren't we, a little young?" "Not too young for them," said Draco. He snorted. "Girls." They silently walked toward the edge of the roof. "So I'm doing this for revenge on you," said Draco. "But why are you doing this?" Harry's mind made a lightning calculation, weighing the factors whether it was too soon. "Honestly," said Harry, "because I meant to have her climb up the icy walls, but I didn't mean to have her fall off the roof. And, I kind of did feel really awful about that. I mean, I guess I actually did start seeing her as my friendly rival after a while. So this is a real apology to her, not a plot or anything." There was a pause. Then, "Yeah," said Draco. "I understand." Harry didn't smile. It might have been the most difficult non-smile of his life. Draco looked at the edge of the roof and made a face. "This is going to be a lot harder to do on purpose than by accident, isn't it?" Harry's other hand held the roof in a reflexively terrified grip, his fingers white on the cold, cold stone. "You could know with your conscious mind that you'd drunk the feather-falling potion. Knowing it with your unconscious mind was another matter entirely. It was every bit as scary as Harry had thought it might have been for Hermione, which was justice." "Draco," said Harry. Controlling his voice wasn't easy, but the Ravenclaw girls had given them a script. "You've got to let me go." "Okay," said Draco, and let go of Harry's arm. Harry's other hand scrabbled at the edge, and then, without any decision being made, his fingers failed, and Harry fell. There was a brief moment when Harry's stomach tried to leap up into his throat, and his body tried desperately to orient itself in the absence of any possible way to do so. There was a brief moment when Harry could feel the feather-falling potion kicking in, starting to slow him, a sort of lurching, cushioning feeling. And then something pulled on Harry, and he accelerated downward again, faster than gravity. Harry's mouth had already opened and begun screaming while part of his brain tried to think of something creative he could do. Part of his brain tried to calculate how much time he had left to be creative, and a tiny rump part of his brain noticed that he wasn't even going to finish the remaining time calculation before he hit the ground. Harry was desperately trying to control his hyperventilating, and it wasn't helping him to hear the shrieking of all the girls, now lying in heaps on the ground, and each other. "Good heavens," said the unfamiliar man, he of the old-looking clothes and faintly scarred face, who was holding Harry in his arms. "Of all the ways I imagined we might meet again someday, I didn't expect it to be you falling out of the sky." Harry remembered the last thing he'd seen, the falling body, and managed to gasp, "Professor Quirrell." "He'll be all right after a few hours," said the unfamiliar man holding Harry. "He's just exhausted. I wouldn't have thought it possible. He must have knocked down 200 students just to make sure he got whoever was jinxing you." Gently, the man set Harry upright on the ground, supporting him the while. Harry carefully balanced himself and nodded to the man. He let go, and Harry promptly fell over. The man helped him rise again, making sure at all times to stand between Harry and the girls now picking themselves up from the ground, his head constantly glancing in that direction. "Harry," the man said quietly and very seriously, "do you have any idea which of these girls might have wanted to kill you?" "Not murder," said a strained voice. "Just stupidity." This time it was the unfamiliar man who seemed to almost fall over, utter shock on his face. Professor Quirrell was already sitting up from where he'd fallen on the grass. "Good heavens," gasped the man. "You shouldn't be Dash. Mr. Lupin, your concerns are misplaced. No wizard, no matter how powerful, casts such a charm by strength alone. You must do it by being efficient." Professor Quirrell didn't stand up, though. "Thank you," Harry whispered. And then, "Thank you," to the man standing beside him as well. "What happened?" said the man. "I should have foreseen it myself," Professor Quirrell said, his voice crisp with disapproval. "Some number of girls tried to summon Mr. Potter to their own particular arms. Individually, I suppose, they all thought they were being gentle. Oh, consider it a lesson in preparedness, Mr. Potter," said Professor Quirrell. "Had I not insisted that there be more than one adult witness to this little event, and that both of us have our wands out, Mr. Lupin would not have been available to slow your fall afterward, and you would have been gravely injured." "Sir," said the man, Mr. Lupin apparently, "you should not say such things to the boy." "Who is Dash?" Harry started to say. "The only other person who was available to watch, besides myself," said Professor Quirrell. "I introduce you to Remus Lupin, who is here temporarily to instruct students in the Patronus charm. Though I am told that the two of you have already met." Harry studied the man, puzzled. He should have remembered that faintly scarred face, that strange, gentle smile. "Where did we meet?" said Harry. "In Godric's Hollow," said the man. "I changed a number of your nappies." Mr. Lupin's temporary office was a small stone room with a small wooden desk, and Harry couldn't see anything of what Mr. Lupin was sitting on, suggesting that it was a small stool just like the one in front of his desk. Harry guessed that Mr. Lupin wouldn't be at Hogwarts for long or use this office much, and so he told the house elves not to waste the effort. It said something about a person that he tried not to bother house elves. Specifically, it said that he'd been sorted into Hufflepuff, since, to the best of Harry's knowledge, Hermione was the only non-Hufflepuff who worried about bothering house elves. Harry himself thought her qualms rather silly. Whoever had created house elves in the first place had been unspeakably evil, obviously, but that didn't mean Hermione was doing the right thing now by denying sentient beings the drudgery they had been shaped to enjoy. "Please sit down, Harry," the man said quietly. His formal robes were of low quality, not quite tattered, but visibly worn by the passage of time in a way that simple repair charms couldn't fix. Shabby was the word that came to mind. And despite that, somehow, there was a dignity about him that couldn't have been obtained by fine and expensive robes that wouldn't have fit with fine robes. That was the exclusive property of the shabby. Harry had heard of humility, but he'd never seen the real thing before. Only the satisfied modesty of people who thought it was part of their style and wanted you to notice. Harry took a seat on the small wooden stool in front of Mr. Lupin's short desk. "Thank you for coming," the man said. "No, thank you for saving me," said Harry. "Let me know if you ever need something impossible done." The man seemed to hesitate. "Harry, may I ask a personal question?" "You can ask, certainly," Harry said. "I have a lot of questions for you, too." Mr. Lupin nodded. "Harry, are your step-parents treating you well?" "My parents," Harry said. "I have 4. Michael, James, Petunia, and Lily." "Ah," said Mr. Lupin. And then, again. He seemed to be blinking rather hard. That is good to hear. Harry, Dumbledore would tell none of us where you were. I was afraid he might think you ought to have wicked step-parents. Or some such." Harry wasn't sure Mr. Lupin's concern had been misplaced, considering his own first encounter with Dumbledore, but it had all turned out well enough. So he said nothing. "What about Harry searched for a word that didn't raise them higher or put them lower. "Other parents. I want to know, well, everything." "A tall order," Mr. Lupin said. He wiped a hand across his forehead. "Well, let us begin at the beginning. When you were born, James was so happy that he couldn't touch his wand without it glowing gold for a whole week. And even after that, whenever he held you or saw Lily holding you or just thought of you, it would happen again. Every now and then Harry would look at his watch and find that another 30 minutes had passed. He felt slightly bad about making Remus miss dinner, especially since Harry himself would just drop back to 7 p.m. later, but that wasn't enough to stop either of them. Finally, Harry screwed up enough courage to ask the critical question. While Remus was in the middle of an extended discourse on the wonders of James's Quidditch that Harry couldn't find the heart to squash more directly. And that was when Remus said, his eyes shining brightly, James pulled off a triple reverse Mulhanny dive with extra backspin. The whole crowd went wild. Even some of the Hufflepuffs were cheering Dash. I guess you had to be there, Harry thought. Not that being there would have helped in any way. And said, Mr. Lupin? Something about Harry's voice must have reached the man, because he stopped in mid-sentence. Was my father a bully? Said Harry. Remus looked at Harry for a long moment. For a little while, Remus said, he grew out of it soon enough. Where did you hear that? Harry didn't answer. He was trying to think of something true to say that would deflect suspicion, but he didn't think fast enough. Never mind, said Remus, and sighed. I can guess who. The faintly scarred face was pinched in disapproval. What a thing to tell Dash. Did my father have any extenuating circumstances? Harry said, poor home life, or something like that. Or was he just being naturally nasty? Cold. Remus's hand swept his hair back, the first nervous gesture Harry had seen from him. Harry, Remus said, you can't judge your father by what he did as a young boy. I'm a young boy, Harry said, and I judge myself. Remus blinked twice at that. I want to know why, Harry said. I want to understand, because to me, it seems like there isn't any possible excuse for that. Voice shaking a bit. Please tell me anything you know about why he did it, even if it doesn't sound nice. So I don't fall into the same trap myself, whatever it is. It was the thing to do if you were in Gryffindor. Remus said, slowly, reluctantly. And I didn't think so back then. I thought it was the other way around. But it might have been Black who got James into it. Really, Black wanted so much to show everyone that he was against Slytherin. You see, we all wanted to believe that blood wasn't destiny dash. "No, Harry," said Remus. "I don't know why Black went after Peter instead of running." It was as though Black was making tragedy for the sake of tragedy that day. The man's voice was unsteady. There was no hint, no warning. We all thought to think that he was to be Dash. Remus's voice cut off. Harry was crying. He couldn't help it. It hurt worse to hear it from Remus than anything he'd ever felt himself. Harry had lost 2 parents he didn't remember, knew only from stories. Remus Lupin had lost all 4 of his best friends in less than 24 hours, and for the loss of his last remaining one, Peter Pettigrew, there'd just been no reason at all. Sometimes it still hurts to think of him in Azkaban. Remus finished, his voice almost a whisper. "I am glad, Harry, that Death Eaters are not allowed visitors. It means I do not have to feel ashamed of not going." Harry had to swallow hard several times before he could speak. "Can you tell me about Peter Pettigrew? He was my father's friend, and it seems that I should know, that I should remember Dash." Remus nodded, water glittering in his own eyes now. "I think, Harry, that if Peter had known it would end that way, Dash," the man's voice choked up. "Peter was more afraid of the Dark Lord than any of us, and if he'd known it would end that way, I don't think he would have done it. But Peter knew the risk, Harry. He knew the risk was real, that it could happen, and yet he stayed by James and Lily's side. All through Hogwarts, I used to wonder why Peter hadn't been sorted into Slytherin or maybe Ravenclaw, because Peter so adored secrets, he couldn't resist them. He would find out things about people, things they wanted kept hidden. Dash. A brief, wry look crossed Remus's face. "But he didn't use those secrets, Harry. He just wanted to know. And then the Dark Lord's shadow fell over everything, and Peter stood by James and Lily and put his talents to good use. And I understood why the Hat had sent him to Gryffindor." Remus's voice was fierce now, and proud. "It's easy to stand by your friends if you're a hero like Godric, bold and strong like people think Gryffindors should be. But if Peter was more afraid than any of us, doesn't that also make him the most brave?" "It does," Harry said. His own voice was choked to where he almost couldn't talk. "If you could, Mr. Lupin, if you have time, there's someone else who I think should hear Peter Pettigrew's story, a student in first year Hufflepuff named Neville Longbottom." "Alice and Frank's boy," said Remus, his voice turning sad. "I see. It is not a happy story, Harry, but I can tell it again, if you think it will help him." Harry nodded. A brief silence fell. Did Black have any unfinished business with Peter Pettigrew? Harry said, "Anything that would make him seek out Mr. Pettigrew, even if it wasn't a killing matter, like a secret Mr. Pettigrew knew that Black wanted to know himself, or wanted to kill him to hide." Something flickered in Remus's eyes, but the older man shook his head and said, "Not really." "That means there is something," said Harry. That wry smile appeared again beneath the salt and pepper mustache. "You have a bit of Peter in you yourself. I see. But it's not important, Harry. I'm a Ravenclaw. I'm not supposed to resist the temptation of secrets. And," Harry said more seriously, "if it was worth Black getting caught, I can't help but think it might matter." Remus looked quite uncomfortable. "I suppose I could tell you when you're older, but really, Harry, it's not important. Just something from our school days." Harry couldn't have put his finger on exactly what tipped him off. It might have been something about the exact tone of nervousness in Remus's voice, or the way the man had said "when you're older," that sparked the sudden leap of Harry's intuition. "Actually," said Harry, "I think I've sort of guessed it already. Sorry." Remus raised his eyebrows. "Have you?" He sounded a bit skeptical. They were lovers, weren't they? There was an awkward pause. Remus gave a slow, grave nod. "Once," Remus said. "A long time ago. A sad affair, ending in vast tragedy. Or so it seemed to us all when we were young." The unhappy puzzlement was plain on his face. "But I had thought that long since over and done and buried beneath adult friendship, until the day that Black killed Peter." 43. Humanism. Point 1. The gentle sun of January shone on the cold fields outside Hogwarts. For some of the students, it was a study hour, and others had been let out of class. The first years who'd signed up for it were practicing a certain spell, a spell that was most advantageously learned outdoors beneath the bright sun and a clear blue sky, rather than within the confines of any classroom. Cookies and lemonade were also considered helpful. The early gestures of the spell were complex and precise. You twitched your wand once, twice, thrice, and 4 times with small tilts at exactly the right relative angles. You shifted your forefinger and thumb exactly the right distances. The ministry thought this meant it was futile to try and teach anyone the spell before their 5th year. There had been a few known cases of younger children learning it, and this had been dismissed as genius. It might not have been a very polite way of putting it, but Harry was beginning to see why Professor Quirrell had claimed that the Ministry Committee of Curriculum would have been of greater benefit to wizardkind if they had been used as landfill. So the gestures were complicated and delicate. That didn't stop you from learning it when you were 11. It meant you had to be extra careful and practice each part for a lot longer than usual. That was all. Most charms that could only be learned by older students were like that because they required more strength of magic than any young student could muster. But the Patronus charm wasn't like that. It wasn't difficult because it needed too much magic. It was difficult because it took more than mere magic. It took the warm, happy feelings that you kept close in your heart, the loving memories, a different kind of strength that you didn't need for ordinary spells. Harry twitched his wand once, twice, thrice, and 4 times, shifted his fingers exactly the right distances. "Good luck at school, Harry. Do you think I bought you enough books?" "You can never have enough books, but you certainly tried. It was a really, really, really good try." It had brought tears to his eyes. The first time Harry had remembered and tried to put it into the spell. Harry brought the wand up and around and brandished it. A gesture that didn't have to be precise, only bold and defiant. "Expecto Patronum," cried Harry. Nothing happened, not a single flicker of light. When Harry looked up, Remus Lupin was still studying the wand, a rather troubled look on his faintly scarred face. Finally, Remus shook his head. "I'm sorry, Harry," the man said quietly. "Your wand work was exactly right. And there wasn't a flicker of light anywhere else, either, because all the other first years who were supposed to be practicing their Patronus charms had been glancing out of the corners of their eyes at Harry instead. The tears were threatening to come back into Harry's eyes, and they weren't happy tears. Of all the things, Harry had never expected this. There was something horribly humiliating about being informed that you weren't happy enough. What did Anthony Goldstein have inside him that Harry didn't, that made Anthony's wand shine with that bright light? Did Anthony love his own father more? "What thought were you using to cast it?" said Remus. "My father," Harry said, his voice trembling. I asked him to buy me some books before I came to Hogwarts, and he did, and they were expensive. And then he asked me if they were enough dash. Harry didn't try to explain about the Verres family motto. Take a rest before you try a different thought, Harry, said Remus. He gestured toward where some other students were sitting on the ground, looking disappointed or embarrassed or regretful. You won't be able to cast a Patronus charm while you're feeling ashamed of not being grateful enough. There was a gentle compassion in Mr. Lupin's voice, and for a moment, Harry felt like hitting something. Instead, Harry turned around and stalked to where the other failures were sitting. The other students whose wand work had also been proclaimed perfect, and who were now supposed to be searching for happier thoughts. By the looks of them, they weren't making much progress. There were many robes there trimmed in dark blue and a handful of red, and one lone Hufflepuff girl who was still crying. The Slytherins hadn't even bothered showing up, except for Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, who were still trying to get the gestures. Harry plopped down on the cold, dead grass of winter, next to the student whose failure had surprised him the most. So you couldn't do it either, Hermione said. She'd fled the field at first, but she'd come back after that, and you had to look closely at her reddened eyes to see that she'd been crying. Harry said, I'd probably feel a lot worse about that if you hadn't failed. You're the nicest person I know that I've ever met, Hermione, and if you also can't do it, it means I might still be good. I should have gone to Gryffindor, Hermione whispered. She blinked hard a few times, but she didn't wipe her eyes. The boy and the girl walked forward together, definitely not holding hands, but each drawing a kind of strength from the other's presence, something that let them ignore the whispers of their yearmates as they walked through the hallway approaching the great doors of Hogwarts. Harry hadn't been able to cast the Patronus charm, no matter what happy thought he tried. People hadn't seemed surprised by that, which made it even worse. Hermione hadn't been able to do it either. People had been very surprised by that, and Harry had seen her starting to get the same sidelong looks as him. The other Ravenclaws who'd failed weren't getting those looks. But Hermione was the Sunshine General, and her fans were treating it like she'd failed them, somehow like she'd betrayed a promise she'd never made. The two of them had gone to the library to research the Patronus charm, which was Hermione's way of dealing with distress, as it was sometimes also Harry's. Study, learn, try to understand why. The books had confirmed what the headmaster had told Harry. Often, wizards who couldn't cast the Patronus charm in practice would be able to do so in the presence of a real Dementor, going from flat failure all the way to a full corporeal Patronus. It defied all logic. The Dementor's aura of fear ought to make it harder to wield a happy thought, but that was the way it was. So the two of them were both going to give it one last try. There was no way either of them wouldn't give it one last try. It was the day the Dementor came to Hogwarts. Earlier, Harry had untransfigured his father's rock from where it usually rested on his pinky ring in the form of a tiny diamond, and placed the huge gray stone back into his pouch, just in case Harry's magic failed entirely when he confronted the darkest of all creatures. Harry had already started to feel pessimistic, and he wasn't even in front of a Dementor yet. I bet you can do it, and I can't, Harry said in a whisper. I bet that's what happens. It felt wrong to me, Hermione said, her voice even quieter than his. I tried it this morning, and I realized when I was doing the brandish at the end, even before I said the words, it felt wrong. Harry didn't say anything. He'd felt the same thing, right from the start, though it had taken another 5 attempts using 5 other happy thoughts before he'd been able to acknowledge it to himself. Every time he tried to brandish his wand, it had felt hollow. The spell he was trying to learn didn't fit him. "It doesn't mean we're going to be dark wizards," said Harry. "Lots of people who can't cast the Patronus charm aren't dark wizards. Godric Gryffindor wasn't a dark wizard. Godric had defeated Dark Lords, fought to protect commoners from noble houses and muggles from wizards. He'd had many fine friends and true, and lost no more than half of them in one good cause or another. He'd listened to the screams of the wounded in the armies he'd raised to defend the innocent. Young wizards of courage had rallied to his calls, and he'd buried them afterward. Until finally, when his wizardry had only just begun to fail him in his old age, he'd brought together the 3 other most powerful wizards of his era to raise Hogwarts from the bare ground. The one great accomplishment to Godric's name that wasn't about war, any kind of war, no matter how just. It was Salazar, and not Godric, who'd taught the first Hogwarts class in battle magic. Godric had taught the first Hogwarts class in herbology, the magics of green growing life. To his last day, he'd never been able to cast the Patronus charm. Godric Gryffindor had been a good man, not a happy one. Harry didn't believe in angst. He couldn't stand reading about whiny heroes. He knew a billion other people in the world would have given anything to trade places with him. And on his deathbed, Godric had told Helga, for Salazar had abandoned him, and Rowena passed before, that he didn't regret any of it, and he was not warning his students not to follow in his footsteps. No one was ever to say he'd told anyone not to follow in his footsteps. If it had been the right thing for him to do, then he wouldn't tell anyone else to choose wrongly, not even the youngest student in Hogwarts. And yet for those who did follow in his footsteps, he hoped they would remember that Gryffindor had told his house that it was all right for them to be happier than him. That red and gold would be bright, warm colors from now on, and Helga had promised him, weeping, that when she was headmistress she would make sure of it. Whereupon Godric had died, and left no ghost behind him, and Harry had shoved the book back to Hermione and walked away a little, so she wouldn't see him crying. You wouldn't think that a book with an innocent title like The Patronus Charm, Wizards Who Could and Couldn't, would be the saddest book Harry had ever read. Harry didn't want that. To be in that book. Harry didn't want that. The rest of the school just seemed to think that no Patronus meant bad person, plain and simple. Somehow the fact that Godric Gryffindor also hadn't been able to cast the Patronus charm seemed not to get repeated. Maybe people didn't talk about it to respect his last wish. Fred and George probably didn't know, and Harry certainly wasn't about to tell them. Or maybe the other failures didn't mention it because it was less shameful, the smaller loss of pride and status, to be thought dark rather than unhappy. Harry saw that Hermione, beside him, was blinking hard, and he wondered if she was thinking of Rowena Ravenclaw, who'd also loved books. "Okay," Harry whispered. "Happier thoughts. If you do go to a full corporeal Patronus, what do you think your animal will be?" "An otter," Hermione said at once. "An otter?" Harry whispered incredulously. "Yes, an otter," said Hermione. "What about yours?" "Peregrine falcon," Harry said without hesitation. "It can dive faster than 300 kilometers per hour. It's the fastest living creature there is." The peregrine falcon had been Harry's favorite animal since forever. Harry was determined to become an animagus someday, just to get that as his form and fly by the strength of his own wings. and see the land below with sharper eyes. But why an otter? Hermione smiled, but didn't say anything, and the vast doors of Hogwarts swung open. They walked for a time, the children, over a pathway that led toward the unforbidden forest, and continued through the forest itself. The sun was lowering to near the horizon, the shadows long. The sunlight filtered through the bare branches of the winter trees, for it was January, and the first year's the last to learn, that day. Then the path swerved and took a new direction, and they all saw it in the distance, the clearing in the forest, and the sere winter grounds, yellowing dried grass whitened by a few small remnants of snow. The human figures still small at that range. The two spots of dim white light from the Auror's patronuses, and the brighter spot of silver light from the headmasters, next to something. Harry squinted. Something. It must have been purely Harry's imagination, because there shouldn't have been any way for a Dementor to reach past 3 corporeal patronuses, but he thought he could feel a touch of emptiness brushing at his mind, brushing straight at the soft inner center of himself without any respect for acclimacy barriers. Seamus Finnegan was ashen and trembling as he rejoined the students milling about on the withered and snow-spotted grass. Seamus's Patronus charm had been successful, but there was still that interval between when the headmaster dispelled his own Patronus and when you were supposed to cast your own, when you faced the Dementor's fear unshielded. Up to 20 seconds of exposure at 5 paces was certainly safe, even for an 11-year-old wizard with weak resistance and a still-maturing brain. There was a lot of variance in how hard the Dementor's power hit people, which was another thing not quite understood, but 20 seconds was definitely safe. 40 seconds of Dementor exposure at 5 paces might possibly have been enough to cause permanent damage, though only to the most sensitive subjects. It was harsh training even by the standards of Hogwarts, where the way you learned to fly on a hippogriff was by being tossed on one and told to get going. Harry was no fan of overprotectiveness, and if you looked at the difference in maturity between a 4th year in Hogwarts and a 14-year-old Muggle, it was clear that Muggles were smothering their children, but even Harry had started to wonder if this was pushing it. Not every hurt could be healed afterward, but if you couldn't cast the spell under those conditions, it meant you couldn't rely on using the Patronus charm to defend yourself. Overconfidence was even more dangerous to wizards than to Muggles. Dementors could drain your magic and your physical vitality, not just your happy thoughts, which meant you might not be able to apparate away if you waited too long, or if you didn't recognize the approaching fear until the Dementor was within range for its attack. During his reading, Harry had discovered with considerable horror that some books claimed the Dementor's kiss would eat your soul, and that this was the reason for the permanent, mindless coma into which it put the victims, and that wizards who believed this had deliberately used the Dementor's kiss to execute criminals. It was a certainty that some called criminals were innocent, and even if they weren't destroying their souls, if Harry had believed in souls, he would have drawn a blank. He just couldn't think of an appropriate response to that. The headmaster was taking security seriously, and so were the 3 Aurors standing guard. Their leader was an Asianish-looking man, solemn without being grim, Auror Komodo, whose wand never left his hand. His Patronus, an orangutan of solid moonlight, paced back and forth between the Dementor and the first years awaiting their turn. Beside the orangutan moved the bright white panther of Auror Butnaru, a man with a piercing gaze, long black hair in a ponytail, and a long braided goatee. Those 2 Aurors and their 2 patronuses were all watching the Dementor. On the opposite side of the students was the resting Auror Gorionov, tall and thin and pale and unshaven, sitting back on a chair he'd conjured without word or wand, and maintaining an absent-minded poker face as he scanned the entire scene. Professor Quirrell had shown up not long after the first years began their attempts, and his eyes never strayed far from Harry. The tiny Professor Flitwick, who had been a champion duelist, was fiddling absently with his wand, and his eyes, peering out from within the huge puffy beard that served as his face, stayed focused on Professor Quirrell. And it must have been Harry's imagination, but Professor Quirrell seemed to wince slightly each time the headmaster's Patronus winked out to test the next student. Maybe Professor Quirrell was imagining the same placebo effect as Harry, that backwash of emptiness caressing at his mind. Anthony Goldstein called the voice of the headmaster. Harry quietly walked toward Seamus, even as Anthony began to approach the shining silver phoenix, and whatever it was beneath the tattered cloak. "What did you see?" Harry asked Seamus in a low voice. A lot of students hadn't answered Harry when he tried to gather the data, but Seamus was Finnegan of Chaos, one of Harry's lieutenants. Maybe that wasn't fair, but "Dead," said Seamus in a whisper, "grayish and slimy, dead, and left in water for a while." Harry nodded. "That's what a lot of people see," Harry said. He projected confidence, even though it was fake because Seamus needed it. "Go eat some chocolate. You'll feel better." Seamus nodded and stumbled off toward the table of healing sweets. "Expecto Patronum," cried a young boy's voice. Then there were gasps of shock, even from the oars. Harry spun around to look. There was a brilliant silver bird standing between Anthony Goldstein and the cage. The bird reared its head and let out a cry, and the cry was also silver, as bright and hard and beautiful as metal. And something in the back of Harry's mind said, "If that's a peregrine falcon, I'm going to strangle him in his sleep." "Shut up," Harry said to the thought. "Do you want us to be a dark wizard? What's the point? You're going to end up as one eventually." That wasn't something Harry would usually have thought. "It's a placebo effect," Harry told himself again. "The Dementor can't actually get to me through 3 corporeal patronuses. I'm just imagining what I think it's like. When I actually face the Dementor, it'll feel completely different, and then I'll know I was just being silly before." A slight chill went down Harry's spine then, because he had a feeling that yes, it would be completely different, and not in a positive direction. The blazing silver phoenix sprang back into existence from the headmaster's wand. The lesser bird vanished, and Anthony Goldstein began to walk back. The headmaster was coming with Anthony. Instead of calling out the next name, the Patronus waiting behind to guard the Dementor. Harry glanced over to where Hermione was standing, just behind the glowing panther. Hermione's turn would have come next, but had apparently just been delayed. She looked stressed. Earlier, she'd politely asked Harry to please stop trying to de-stress her. Dumbledore was smiling slightly as he escorted Anthony back toward the others. Smiling only slightly because the headmaster looked very, very tired. "Unbelievable," said Dumbledore in a voice that sounded much weaker than his accustomed boom. A corporeal Patronus in his first year, and an astounding number of successes among the other young students. "Queerness, I must acknowledge that you have proved your point." Professor Quirrell inclined his head. "A simple enough guess, I should think. A Dementor attacks through fear, and children are less afraid." "Less afraid," said Auror Gorionov from where he was sitting. "So I said as well," said Dumbledore. And Professor Quirrell pointed out that adults had more courage, not less to fear, which thought, I confess, had never occurred to me before. That was not my precise phrasing, Professor Quirrell said dryly, but it will do. And the rest of our agreement, Headmaster? As you say, Dumbledore said reluctantly. I admit I was not expecting to lose that wager, Quirinus, but you have proven your wisdom. All the students were looking at them, puzzled, except Hermione, who was staring in the direction of the cage and the tall, decaying robes, and Harry, who was watching everyone since he was imagining himself feeling paranoid. Professor Quirrell said, in tones that did not invite further comments, I am allowed to teach the killing curse to students who wish to learn it, which will render them considerably safer from dark wizards and other pests, and it is foolish to think they will otherwise know no deadly magics. Professor Quirrell paused, his eyes narrowing. Headmaster, I respectfully observe that you are not looking well. I suggest leaving the remainder of the day's task to Professor Flitwick. Dumbledore shook his head. We are almost done for the day. Quirinus, I will last. Hermione had approached Anthony. Captain Goldstein, she said, and her voice trembled only a little. Can you give me any advice? Don't be afraid, Anthony said firmly. Don't think about anything it tries to make you think about. You're not just holding up the wand in front of you as a shield against the fear. You're brandishing your wand to drive the fear away. That's how you make a happy thought into something solid. Anthony shrugged helplessly. I mean, I heard all that before, but other students were starting to congregate around Anthony with their own questions. Miss Granger, the headmaster said. His voice might have been gentle or just weakened. Hermione straightened her shoulders and followed him. What did you see under the cloak? Harry said to Anthony. Anthony looked at Harry, surprised, and then answered, a very tall man who was dead. I mean, sort of dead-shaped and dead-colored. It hurt to see him, and I knew that was the Dementor trying to get at me. Harry looked back out at where Hermione was confronting the cage and the cloak. Hermione raised her wand into position for the first gestures. The headmaster's phoenix winked out of existence, and Hermione gave a tiny, pathetic shriek, flinched, took a step back. Harry could see her wand moving. And then she brandished it and said, Expecto Patronum. Nothing happened. Hermione turned and ran. Expecto Patronum, said the headmaster's deeper voice, and the silver phoenix blazed back to life. The young girl stumbled and kept running, strange sounds beginning to come from her throat. Hermione! Susan yelled it, and Hannah and Daphne and Ernie, and they all started to run toward her. Even as Harry, who was always thinking one step ahead, spun on his own heel and ran for the table with the chocolate. Even after Harry had shoved the chocolate into Hermione's mouth and she chewed and swallowed, she was still breathing in great gasps and crying. Her eyes still seemed unfocused. She can't have been permanently demented. Harry thought desperately at the confusion inside him, the horrible fear and deathly fury beginning to twist around each other. She can't have been. She wasn't exposed for even 10 seconds, let alone 40. But she could be temporarily demented. As Harry realized in that moment, there wasn't any rule that you couldn't be temporarily injured by a Dementor in just 10 seconds if you were sensitive enough. Then Hermione's eyes seemed to focus and dart around and settle on him. Harry, she gasped, and the other students went silent. Harry, don't. Harry was suddenly afraid to ask what he shouldn't do. Was he in her worst memories, or some sleep's nightmare that she was now reliving in waking life. "Don't go near it," said Hermione. Her hand reached out, grabbed him by the lapel of his robes. "You mustn't go near it, Harry. It spoke to me, Harry. It knows you, it knows you're here." "What dash?" Harry said, and then cursed himself for asking. "The Dementor," said Hermione. Her voice rose to a shriek. "Professor Quirrell wants it to eat you." In the sudden hush, Professor Quirrell came forward a few steps, but he didn't approach any closer. Harry was there, after all. "Miss Granger," he said, and his voice was grave, "I think you should have some more chocolate." "Professor Flitwick, don't let Harry try. Send him back." The headmaster had arrived by then, and he and Professor Flitwick were exchanging worried looks. I did not hear the Dementor speak. The headmaster said, "Still." "Just ask," said Professor Quirrell, sounding a little weary. "Did the Dementor say how it would get to Harry?" said the headmaster. "All his tastiest parts first," said Hermione. It would eat Dash." Hermione blinked. Some sanity seemed to come back into her eyes. Then she started crying. "You were too brave, Hermione Granger," the headmaster said. His voice was gentle and clearly audible. "Too much braver than I comprehended. You should have turned and run, not endured and tried to complete your charm. When you are older and stronger, Miss Granger, I know that you will try again, and I know that you will succeed." "I'm sorry," Hermione said in gasps. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Harry. I can't tell you what I saw. I didn't look at it. I didn't dare look at it. I knew it was too horrible to ever be seen. It should have been Harry, but he'd hesitated, because his hands were all chocolatey. And then Ernie and Susan were there, helping Hermione from where she'd fallen on the grass, leading her toward the snacks table. 5 bars of chocolate later, Hermione seemed to be all right again, and she went over and apologized to Professor Quirrell, but she was always watching Harry every time that he glanced in her direction. He'd stepped toward her only once, and stopped when she'd stepped away. Her eyes had silently apologized, and silently pleaded for him to leave her be. Neville Longbottom had seen something dead and half-dissolved, oozing and running with a face like a squash sponge. It was the worst thing anyone had yet described seeing. Neville had been able to produce a small flicker of light from his wand before, but he had intelligently and with great presence of mind turned and run away instead of trying to cast his own Patronus charm. The headmaster had said nothing to the other students, told no one else to be less brave, but Professor Quirrell had calmly observed that if you made the mistake after being warned, that was when ignorance became stupidity. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said in a low voice, having come as close to the defense professor as he dared. "What do you see when you dash? Don't ask." The voice was very flat. Harry nodded respectfully. "What was your original phrasing to the headmaster, if I can ask?" Dryly, "Our worst memories can only grow worse as we grow older." "Ah," Harry said. "Logical." Something strange flickered in Professor Quirrell's eyes. Then, as he looked at Harry, "Let us hope," Professor Quirrell said, "that you succeed upon this try, Mr. Potter. For if you do, the headmaster may teach you his trick of using a Patronus to send messages that cannot be forged or intercepted, and the military importance of that is impossible to overstate. It would be a tremendous advantage to the Chaos Legion, and someday, I suspect, this entire country. But if you do not succeed, Mr. Potter, well, I shall understand." Morag McDougal had said in a wavering voice, "Ouch," And Dumbledore had recast his Patronus right away. Parvati Patil had produced a corporeal Patronus in the form of a tiger, larger than Dumbledore's phoenix, though not nearly as bright. There had been a great burst of applause from all the watchers, though not the same shock as when Anthony had done it. And then it was Harry's turn. The headmaster called the name of Harry Potter, and Harry was afraid. Harry knew that he was going to fail, and he knew that it was going to hurt. But he still had to try, because sometimes in the presence of a Dementor, a wizard went from not a flicker of light to a full corporeal Patronus, and no one understood why. And because if Harry couldn't defend himself from Dementors, he had to be able to recognize their approach, recognize the feeling of them in his mind, and run before it was too late. What is my worst memory? Harry had expected the headmaster to give him a worried look, or a hopeful look, or deeply wise advice, but instead Albus Dumbledore only watched him with quiet calm. He thinks I'm going to fail, but he won't sabotage me by telling me so, thought Harry. If he had true words of encouragement to speak, he would speak them. The cage came closer. It was already tarnished, but not rusted away to nothing. Not yet. The cloak came closer. It was unraveling and shot through with unpatched holes. It had been new that morning, Orgorionov had said. "Headmaster." Harry said, "What do you see?" The headmaster's voice was also calm. "The Dementors are creatures of fear, and as your fear of the Demented diminishes, so does the fearsomeness of its form. I see a tall, thin, naked man. He is not decaying. He is only slightly painful to look upon. That is all. What do you see, Harry?" Harry couldn't see under the cloak. Or that wasn't right. It was that his mind was refusing to see what was under the cloak. No, his mind was trying to see the wrong thing under the cloak. Harry could feel it, his eyes trying to force a mistake. But Harry had done his best to train himself to notice that tiny feeling of confusion, to automatically flinch away from making stuff up. And every time his mind tried to start inventing a lie about what was under the cloak, that reflex was fast enough to shut it down. Harry looked under the cloak and saw an open question. Harry wouldn't let his mind see something false. And so he didn't see anything, like the part of his visual cortex getting that signal was just ceasing to exist. There was a blind spot under the cloak. Harry couldn't know what was under there, just that it was far worse than any decaying mummy. The unseeable horror beneath the cloak was very close, now, but the blazing bird of moonlight, the white phoenix, yet lay between them. Harry wanted to run away like some of the other students had. Half the ones who'd had no luck with their Patronus charms just hadn't shown up today in the first place. Of those remaining, half had fled before the headmaster had even dispelled his own Patronus, and no one had said a word. There'd been a little laughter when Terry had turned and walked back before his own try, and Susan and Hannah, who'd gone before, had yelled at everyone to shut up. But Harry was the boy who lived, and he would lose much respect if he was seen to give up without even trying. Pride and roles seemed to diminish and fall away in the presence of whatever lay beneath the cloak. Why am I still here? It wasn't the shame of others thinking him cowardly that kept Harry's feet in place. It wasn't the hope of repairing his reputation that brought up his wand. It wasn't the desire to master the Patronus charm as magic that moved his fingers into the initial position. It was something else, something that had to oppose whatever lay beneath the cloak. This was the true darkness, and Harry had to find out whether it lay within him, the power to drive it back. Harry had planned to try one final time to think of his book shopping spree with his father, but instead, at the last minute, facing the Dementor, a different memory occurred to him, something he hadn't tried before, a thought that wasn't warm and happy in the ordinary way, but felt righter, somehow. And Harry remembered the stars, remembered them burning terribly bright and unwavering in the silent night. He let that image fill him, fill all of him like an inclemency barrier across his entire mind, became once again the bodiless awareness of the void. The bright, silver, shining phoenix vanished, and the Dementor smashed into his mind like the fist of God. Fear/cold/darkness. There was an instant when the two forces clashed head-on, when the peaceful starlit memory held its own against the fear, even as Harry's fingers began the wand motions, practiced until they had become automatic. They weren't warm and happy, those blazing points of light in perfect blackness, but it was an image the Dementor could not easily pierce. For the silent burning stars were vast and unafraid, and to shine in the cold and darkness was their natural state. But there was a flaw, a crack, a fault line in the immovable object trying to resist that irresistible force. Harry felt a twinge of anger at the Dementor for trying to feed on him, and it was like slipping on wet ice. Harry's mind began to slide sideways, into bitterness, black fury, deathly hatred. Harry's wand came up in the final brandish. It felt wrong. Expecto Patronum. His voice spoke, the words hollow and pointless. And Harry fell into his dark side, fell down into his dark side, further and faster and deeper than ever before, down, down, down as the slide accelerated, as the Dementor latched onto the exposed and vulnerable parts and fed on them, eating away the light. A fading reflex scrabbled for warmth, but even as an image of Hermione came to him, or an image of Mum and Dad, the Dementor twisted it, showed him Hermione lying dead on the ground, the corpses of his mother and father, and then even that was sucked away. Into the vacuum rose the memory, the worst memory, something forgotten so long ago that the neural patterns shouldn't have still existed. "Lily, take Harry and go." "It's him," shouted a man's voice. "Go. Run. I'll hold him off." And Harry couldn't help but think, in the empty depths of his dark side, how ridiculously overconfident James Potter had been. Hold off Lord Voldemort. With what? Then the other voice spoke, high-pitched like the hiss of a tea kettle. And it was like dry ice laid on Harry's every nerve, like a brand of metal cooled to liquid helium temperatures and laid on every part of him. And the voice said, Avada Kedavra. The wand flew from the boy's nerveless fingers as his body began to convulse and fall, the headmaster's eyes widening in alarm as he began his own Patronus charm. "Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry," screamed the woman's voice. Whatever was left of Harry listened with all the light drained out of him in the dead void of his heart, and wondered if she thought that Lord Voldemort would stop because she asked politely. "Step aside, woman," said the shrill voice of burning cold. "For you I am not come, only the boy. Not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy." Lily Potter, Harry thought, seemed not to understand what type of people became Dark Lords in the first place, and if this was the best strategy she could conceive to save her child's life, that was her final failure as a mother. "I give you this rare chance to flee," said the shrill voice. "But I will not trouble myself to subdue you, and your death here will not save your child. Step aside, foolish woman, if you have any sense in you at all." "Not Harry. Please no. Take me. Kill me instead." The empty thing that was Harry wondered if Lily Potter seriously imagined that Lord Voldemort would say yes, kill her, and then depart, leaving her son unharmed. "Very well," said the voice of death, now sounding coldly amused. "I accept the bargain. Yourself to die, and the child to live. Now drop your wand so that I can murder you." There was a hideous silence. Lord Voldemort began to laugh, horrible, contemptuous laughter. And then, at last, Lily Potter's voice shrieked in desperate hate, "Avada Kedavra!" The lethal voice finished first, the curse rapid and precise. Avada Kedavra. A blinding flare of green marked the end of Lily Potter. And the boy in the crib saw it. The eyes, those two crimson eyes, seeming to glow bright red, to blaze like miniature suns, filling Harry's whole vision as they locked to his own. The other children saw Harry Potter fall. They heard Harry Potter scream. A thin, high-pitched scream that seemed to pierce their ears like knives. There was a brilliant silver flash as the headmaster bellowed, "Expecto Patronum," and the blazing phoenix returned to being. But Harry Potter's horrible scream went on and on and on, even as the headmaster scooped up the boy in his arms and bore him away from the Dementor, even as Neville Longbottom and Professor Flitwick both went for the chocolate at the same time. And Hermione knew it. She knew it as she saw it. She knew that her nightmare had been real. It was coming true. Somehow it was coming true. "Get him chocolate," demanded the voice of Professor Quirrell. Pointlessly, because Professor Flitwick's tiny form was already cannonballing toward where the headmaster was racing toward the students. Hermione was moving forward herself, though she didn't know what else she meant to do. "Cast Patronuses," shouted the headmaster, as he brought Harry behind the Aurors. "Everyone who can. Get them between Harry and the Dementor. It's still feeding on him." There was a moment of frozen horror. "Expecto Patronum," shouted Professor Flitwick and Orgorionoff, and then Anthony Goldstein, but he failed the first time, and then Parvati Patil, who succeeded, and then Anthony tried again, and his silver bird spread its wings and screamed at the Dementor, and Dean Thomas roared the words like they had been written in letters of fire, and his wand gave birth to a towering white bear. There were 8 blazing Patronuses, all in a line between Harry and the Dementor, and Harry went on screaming, and screaming as the headmaster laid him on the dried grass. Hermione couldn't cast a Patronus charm, so she ran toward where Harry lay. In her mind, something tried to guess how long it had been already. Was it 20 seconds? More? There was a dreadful agony and bewilderment on the face of Albus Dumbledore. His long black wand was in his hand, but he spoke no spells, only looked down at Harry's convulsing body in horror. Hermione didn't know what to do. She didn't know what to do. She didn't understand what was happening. And the most powerful wizard in the world seemed equally at a loss. "Use your phoenix," bellowed Professor Quirrell. "Take him far away from that Dementor." Without a single word, the headmaster scooped up Harry in his arms and vanished in a crack of fire along with the suddenly appearing Fawkes. And the headmaster's Patronus winked out, where it had guarded the Dementor. Horror and confusion and sudden babble. "Mr. Potter should recover," Professor Quirrell said, raising his voice, but his tone now calm once again. "I think it was just over 20 seconds. Then the blazing white phoenix appeared again, like it was flying before them from elsewhere. To Hermione Granger came the creature of moonlight, and it cried to her in Albus Dumbledore's voice. "It still feeds on him, even here." "How? If you know, Hermione Granger, you must tell me. Tell me." The senior Auror turned to stare at her, and so did many students. Professor Flitwick didn't turn. He was now leveling his wand on Professor Quirrell, who was holding out clearly empty hands. Seconds ticked past, uncounted. She couldn't remember it. She couldn't remember the nightmare clearly. She couldn't remember why she had thought it was possible, why she had been afraid. Hermione realized then what she ought to do, and it was the hardest decision of her life. What if whatever had happened to Harry happened to her too? All her limbs cold as death, her vision gone dark, fear overwhelming everything. She'd seen Harry dying, Mom and Dad dying, all her friends dying, everyone dying, so that in the end, when she died, she would be alone. That was her secret nightmare she'd never talked about with anyone, that had given the Dementor its power over her. The loneliest thing was to die alone. She didn't want to go to that place again. She didn't want to stay there forever. "You have courage enough for Gryffindor," said the calm voice of the Sorting Hat in her memory, "but you will do what is right in any house I give you. You will learn, you will stand by your friends, in any house you choose. So don't be afraid. Hermione Granger, just decide where you belong." There was no time for deciding. Harry was dying. "I can't remember now," said Hermione, her voice cracking. "But just hold on. I'll go in front of the Dementor again." She started to run toward the Dementor. "Miss Granger," squeaked Professor Flitwick, but he made no move to stop her, only kept holding his wand on Professor Quirrell. "Everyone!" shouted Auror Komodo in a voice of military command. "Get your patronuses out of her way." "Flitwick!" roared Professor Quirrell. "Summon Potter's wand." Even as Hermione understood, Professor Flitwick was already crying Accio, and she saw the stick of wood zooming up from where it had lain, almost touching the Dementor's cage. The eyes opened, dead and vacant. "Harry!" gasped a voice in the colorless world. "Harry, speak to me." The face of Albus Dumbledore leaned over into the field of vision, which had been occupied by a distant marble ceiling. "You're annoying," said the empty voice. "You should die." 44. Humanism, Point 2. "Fawkes," said Albus Dumbledore, his voice cracking, "help him, please, Dash." A brilliant creature of red gold shuffled into the field of vision, looking down quizzically, and it began to croon. The meaningless chirps slid off the emptiness. There was nothing onto which they could hold. "You're noisy," said the voice. "You should die." "Chocolate," Albus Dumbledore said. "You need chocolate and your friends, but I dare not take you back, Dash." Then a shining raven came and spoke in Professor Flitwick's voice, whereupon Albus Dumbledore gasped in sudden comprehension and cursed aloud at his own stupidity. The empty thing laughed at that, for it had retained the capacity to be amused. And a moment later they had all vanished in another flash of fire. It was only a moment, it seemed, between when Flitwick's raven had flown to elsewhere and when Albus Dumbledore reappeared in another crack of red and golden fire with Harry in his arms. But somehow in that time Hermione had already managed to fill her hands with chocolate. Before Hermione even got there, chocolate had zoomed off the table and straight into Harry's mouth, which a tiny part of her mind said was unfair. He'd gotten a chance to do it for her. Harry spat the chocolate back out again. "Go away," said a voice so empty it wasn't even cold. Everything seemed to freeze. Everyone who had been moving toward Harry halted, all movements broken by the shock of those two dead words. Then, "No," said Albus Dumbledore. "I will not." And time resumed again, even as another piece of chocolate zoomed off the table and into Harry's mouth. Hermione was close enough now that she could see Harry's expression become more hateful as his mouth chewed with a mechanical, unnatural rhythm. The headmaster's voice was grim as iron. "Phileas, call Minerva. Tell her she must come at speed." Professor Flitwick whispered to his silver raven, and it flew into the air and vanished. Another piece of chocolate floated into Harry's mouth, and the mechanical chewing continued. There were more students gathering around where the headmaster watched over Harry with grim eyes. Neville, Seamus, Dean, Lavender, Ernie, Terry, Anthony, none of them daring to approach any closer than Hermione had. "What can we do?" said Dean in a trembling voice. "Back off and give him more space, Dash," said the dry voice of Professor Quirrell. "No," interrupted the headmaster. "Let him be surrounded by his friends." Harry swallowed his chocolate and said in that empty voice, "They're stupid. They should de-emph," as another piece of chocolate entered his mouth. Hermione saw the looks of shock that crossed their faces. "He doesn't mean it, does he?" Seamus said it like he was begging. "You don't understand," Hermione said, her voice breaking. "That's not Harry," and she shut up before she said anything more, but she had to say that much. She saw from the look on his face that Neville understood, and she also saw that the others didn't. If Harry had really never thought anything like that, then being exposed to a Dementor for less than a minute wouldn't have made him say it. That's what they were probably thinking. Less than a minute of Dementor exposure couldn't create a whole new evil person inside you out of nothing. But if that person was already there, does the headmaster know? Hermione looked up at the headmaster and found that Albus Dumbledore was gazing at her, and that his blue eyes had grown. Suddenly piercing words came into her mind. "Do not speak of it," said the will of Dumbledore to her. "You know," thought Hermione, "about his dark side. I know, but this is beyond even that. Fawkes's song cannot reach him, where he is lost. What can we?" "I have a plan," sent the headmaster. "Patience." Something about the tenor of that thought made Hermione nervous. "What sort of plan?" "It is better that you not know," sent the headmaster. Now, Hermione was getting really nervous. She didn't know how much the headmaster knew about Harry's dark side. "A fair point," sent the headmaster. "I am about to tell you. Steel yourself so as not to react. Are you ready? Good. I am going to pretend to cast the killing curse on Professor McGonagall. Do not react, Hermione." That took work. The headmaster really was crazy. That wouldn't bring Harry out of his dark side. Harry would go completely berserk. He'd kill the headmaster. "But that is not true darkness," sent Albus Dumbledore. "That is protectiveness. That is love. Fawkes will be able to reach him. Then. And when Harry sees that Minerva is alive after all, it will return him fully." The thought came to Hermione. "I doubt that will work," sent the headmaster, "and you may not like the way he reacts if you try. But you may try if you wish." She hadn't really meant that seriously. It was too. Then her eyes moved, breaking gaze with the headmaster, going to the boy looking around with empty, despising eyes as his mouth kept chewing and swallowing bar after bar of chocolate without effect. Her heart wrenched, and suddenly a lot of things didn't seem to matter. Only that there was a chance. There was a compulsion to chew and swallow chocolate. The response to compulsion was killing. People had gathered around and stared. That was annoying. The response to annoyance was killing. Other people were chattering in the background. That was insolent. The response to insolence was to inflict pain. But since none of them were useful, Killing them would be simpler. Killing all those people would be difficult, but many of them didn't trust Quirrell, who was strong. Finding exactly the right trigger could cause them all to kill each other. Then a person leaned over into the field of vision and did something completely strange, something that belonged to a foreign mode of thought, for which there was only a single response stored anywhere. She heard the gasps around her, and they didn't matter. She maintained the kiss on those chocolate-smeared lips as the tears welled in her eyes. And Harry's arms came up and pushed her away, and his lips yelled, "I told you no kissing." "I think he'll be all right now," the headmaster said, looking at where Harry was crying in great, wretched sobs as Fawkes crooned over him. "Excellently done, Miss Granger. Do you know, not even I would have expected that to actually work." The Phoenix's song wasn't meant for her, Hermione knew, but she could still be soothed by it, which she needed, because her life was officially over. 45. Humanism, Point 3. Fawkes's song gently trailed off into nothing. Harry sat up from where he had lain on the winter-blasted grass, Fawkes still perched on his shoulder. There were intakes of breath from all around him. "Harry," said Seamus in a wavering voice, "are you all right?" The peace of the Phoenix was still in him, and warmth from where Fawkes perched. Warmth spreading out through him, and the memory of the song still alive in the Phoenix's presence. There were terrible things that had happened to him, terrible thoughts that had passed through him. He had regained an impossible memory, for all that the Dementor had made him desecrated. A strange word kept echoing in his mind, and all of that could be put on hold for later, while the Phoenix still shone red and gold beneath the setting sun. Fawkes caught at him. "Something I have to do," Harry said to Fawkes. "What?" Fawkes bobbed, its head in the direction of the Dementor. Harry looked at the unseeable horror still in its cage, then back at the Phoenix, puzzled. "Mr. Potter," said Minerva McGonagall's voice from behind him. "Are you all right?" Harry climbed to his feet and turned. Minerva McGonagall was looking at him, looking very worried. Albus Dumbledore beside her was studying him carefully. Phileas Flitwick appeared tremendously relieved, and all the students were just plain staring. "I think so, Professor McGonagall," Harry said calmly. He'd almost said Minerva before managing to stop himself. While Fawkes was on his shoulder, at least Harry was fine. It might be that he would collapse a moment after Fawkes left, but somehow thoughts like that didn't seem important. "I think I'm okay." There ought to have been cheering or sighs of relief or something, but no one seemed to know what to say, no one at all. The peace of the Phoenix lingered. Harry turned back. "Hermione," he said, everyone with the tiniest smidgen of romance in their hearts held their breath. "I don't really know how to say thank you graciously," Harry said quietly, "any more than I know how to apologize. All I can say that if you're wondering whether it was the right thing to do, it was." The boy and the girl gazed into each other's eyes. "Sorry," Harry said, "about what happens next. If there's anything I can do, dash." "No," Hermione said back. "There isn't. It's all right, though." Then she turned from Harry and walked away toward the path that led back to the gates of Hogwarts. A number of girls gave Harry puzzled looks, and then followed her. As they went, you could hear the excited questions starting. Harry looked at them as they left, turned back to look at the other students. They'd seen him on the ground, screaming, and Fawkes nuzzled his cheek, briefly. And that would help them, someday, understanding that the boy who lived could also be hurt, could be wretched, so that when they were hurt and wretched themselves, they would remember seeing Harry writhing on the ground, and know that their own pain and troubles didn't mean they'd never amount to anything. Had the headmaster calculated that when he had let the other students stay and watch? Harry's eyes went back to the tall, tattered cloak, almost absent-mindedly, and without really being aware of what he was speaking, Harry said, "It should not to exist." "Ah," said a dry, precise voice. "I thought you might say that. I am very sorry to tell you, Mr. Potter, that Dementors cannot be killed. Many have tried." "Really?" Harry said, still absent-mindedly. "What did they try?" "There is a certain extremely dangerous and destructive spell," Professor Quirrell said, "which I will not name here. A spell of cursed fire. It is what you would use to destroy an ancient device such as the Sorting Hat. It has no effect on Dementors. They are undying." "They are not undying," said the headmaster. The words mild, the gaze sharp. "They do not possess eternal life. They are wounds in the world, and attacking a wound only makes it larger." Harry said. "Suppose you threw it into the sun? Would it be destroyed?" "Throw it into the sun," squeaked Professor Flitwick, looking like he wanted to faint. "It seems unlikely, Mr. Potter," Professor Quirrell said dryly. "The sun is very large, after all. I doubt the Demena would have much effect on it. But it is not a test I would like to try, Mr. Potter, just in case." "I see," Harry said. Fawkes cawed a final time, mantled his wings around Harry's head, and then launched himself from Harry. Launched himself straight toward the Dementor, screaming a great, piercing cry of defiance that echoed around the field. And before anyone could react to that, there was a flash of fire, and Fawkes was gone. The peace faded, a little. The warmth faded, a little. Harry took in a deep breath, let it out again. "Yep," Harry said. "Still alive." Again, that silence. Again, the absence of cheering. No one seemed to know how to respond. "It is good to know you are fully recovered, Mr. Potter," Professor Quirrell said firmly, as though to deny any other possibility. "Now, I believe Miss Ransom was up next." That started a bit of an argument in which Professor Quirrell was right and everyone else was wrong. The defense professor pointed out that, despite the understandable emotions of all concerned, the chance of a similar mishap occurring to any other student verged on the infinitesimal, the more so as they now knew to avoid mischances with wands. And meanwhile, there were other students who needed to take their own best chance at casting a corporeal Patronus charm, or else learn the feeling of a Dementor so they could flee and discover their own degree of vulnerability. In the end, it turned out that Dean Thomas and Ron Weasley of Gryffindor were the only ones left who were still willing to go anywhere near the Demena, which simplified the argument. Harry glanced in the Dementor's direction. The word echoed in his mind again. All right, Harry thought to himself, if the Dementor is a riddle, what is the answer? And just like that, it was obvious. Harry looked at the tarnished, slightly corroded cage. He saw what lay beneath the tall, tattered cloak. That was it, then. Professor McGonagall came and spoke to Harry. She hadn't seen the worst of it, so there was only a slight glitter of water in her eyes. Harry told her that he needed to talk to her afterward and ask a question he'd put off for a while, but that didn't need to happen right now, if she was busy. There was a certain look about her which suggested that she had been pulled away from something important, and Harry observed this to her and said that she honestly didn't need to feel guilty about leaving. This earned him something of a sharp look, but then leave she did, hurriedly, with a promise that they would talk later. Dean Thomas cast his white bear again, even in the Dementor's presence, and Ron Weasley put up an adequate shield of sparkling mist, which concluded the day, so far as everyone else was concerned, and Professor Flitwick began to herd the students back to Hogwarts. When it was clear that Harry meant to stay behind, Professor Flitwick looked at him quizzically, and Harry, for his part, glanced significantly at Dumbledore. Harry didn't know what Professor Flitwick made of that, but after a sharp gaze of warning, his head of house departed, and so remained only Harry, Professor Quirrell, Headmaster Dumbledore, and an Auror trio. It would have been better to get rid of the trio first, but Harry couldn't think of a good way to do that. "All right," said Auror Komodo. "Let's take it back." "Excuse me," Harry said. "I'd like to have another go at the Dementor." Harry's request met with a certain amount of opposition of the completely insane variety, though it was only Auror Buttonaroo who actually said that out loud. "Fox told me to," Harry said. This did not overcome all the opposition, despite the look of shock it produced on Dumbledore's face. The argument went on, and it was starting to wear the edges off the Phoenix's remaining piece, which annoyed Harry, though only a little. "Look," Harry said, "I'm pretty sure I know what I was doing wrong before. There's a kind of person who has to use a different sort of warm and happy thought. Just let me try it, okay?" This did not prove persuasive either. "I think," Professor Quirrell said finally, staring at Harry with narrowed eyes, "that if we do not allow him to do this under supervision, he may, at some point or another, sneak off and look for a Demento on his own. Do I accuse you falsely, Mr. Potter?" There was an appalled pause at this. It seemed like a good time to play his trump card. "I don't mind if the headmaster keeps his own Patronus up," Harry said, "for I will be in the presence of a Dementor just the same, Patronus or no." There was confusion at this. Even Professor Quirrell looked puzzled. But the headmaster finally acceded, since it didn't seem likely that Harry could be hurt through 4 patron uses. If the Dementor could not reach through your Patronus on some level, Albus Dumbledore, you would not see a naked man painful to look upon. Harry didn't say it out loud, for obvious reasons, and they began to walk toward the Dementor. "Headmaster," Harry said, "suppose the Ravenclaw door asked you this riddle. What lies at the center of a Dementor? What would you say?" "Fear," said the headmaster. It was a simple enough mistake. The Dementor approached, and the fear came over you. The fear hurt. You felt the fear weakening you. You wanted the fear to go away. It was natural to think the fear was the problem. So they'd concluded that the Dementor was a creature of pure fear, that there was nothing there to fear but fear itself, that the Dementor couldn't hurt you if you weren't afraid. But what lies at the center of a Dementor? Fear. What is so horrible that the mind refuses to see it? Fear. What is impossible to kill? Fear. It didn't quite fit once you thought about it, though it was clear enough why people would be reluctant to look beyond the first answer. People understood fear. People knew what they were supposed to do about fear. So, faced with a Dementor, it wouldn't exactly be comforting to ask, what if the fear is just a side effect, rather than the main problem? They had come very close to the Dementor's cage, guarded by 4 patron uses, when there came sharp intakes of breath from the 3 Aurors and Professor Quirrell. Everyone's faces turned to look at the Dementor, seeming to listen. There was horror on Auror Gorionoff's face. Then Professor Quirrell raised his head, his face hard, and spat toward the Dementor. It did not like having its prey taken from it, I suppose. Dumbledore said quietly, "Well, if it becomes necessary, Quirinus, there will always be a refuge for you at Hogwarts." "What did it say?" said Harry. Every head swung to stare at him. You didn't hear it, Dumbledore said. Harry shook his head. It said to me, said Professor Quirrell, that it knew me and that it would hunt me down someday wherever I tried to hide. His face was rigid, showing no fright. Ah, Harry said, I wouldn't worry about that, Professor Quirrell. It's not like Dementors can actually talk or think. The structure they have is borrowed from your own mind and expectations. Now, everyone was giving him very strange looks. The Aurors were glancing nervously at each other, at the Dementor, at Harry, and they stood directly before the Dementor's cage. They are wounds in the world, Harry said. It's just a wild guess, but I'm guessing the one who said that was Godric Gryffindor. Yes, said Dumbledore. How did you know? It is a common misconception, thought Harry, that all the best rationalists are sorted into Ravenclaw, leaving none for other houses. This is not so. Being sorted into Ravenclaw indicates that your strongest virtue is curiosity, wondering and desiring to know the true answer. And this is not the only virtue a rationalist needs. Sometimes you have to work hard on a problem and stick to it for a while. Sometimes you need a clever plan for finding out. And sometimes what you need more than anything else to see an answer is the courage to face it. Harry's gaze went to what lay beneath the cloak, the horror far worse than any decaying mummy. Rowena Ravenclaw might also have known, for it was an obvious enough riddle once you saw it as a riddle. And it was also obvious why the Patronuses were animals. The animals didn't know, and so were sheltered from the fear. But Harry knew, and would always know, and would never be able to forget. He'd tried to teach himself to face reality without flinching, and though Harry had not yet mastered that art, still those grooves had been worn into his mind, the learned reflex to look toward the painful thought instead of away. Harry would never be able to forget by thinking warm, happy thoughts about something else, and that was why the spell hadn't worked for him. So Harry would think a warm, happy thought that wasn't about something else. Harry drew forth his wand that Professor Flitwick had returned to him, put his feet into the beginning stance for the Patronus charm. Within his mind, Harry discarded the last remnants of the piece of the phoenix, put aside the calm, the dreamlike state, remembered instead Fawkes's piercing cry, and roused himself for battle, called upon all the pieces and elements of himself to awaken, raised up within himself all the strength that the Patronus charm could ever draw upon, to put himself into the right frame of mind for the final warm and happy thought, remembered all bright things. The books his father had bought him. Mum's smile when Harry had handmade her a Mother's Day card, an elaborate thing that had used 1/2 pound of spare electronics parts from the garage to flash lights and beep a little tune, and had taken him 3 days to make. Professor McGonagall telling him that his parents had died, well, protecting him, as they had, realizing that Hermione was keeping up with him and even running faster, that they could be true rivals and friends, coaxing Draco out of the darkness, watching him slowly move toward the light, Neville and Seamus and Lavender and Dean, and everyone else who looked up to him, everyone that he would have fought to protect if anything threatened Hogwarts, everything that made life worth living. His wand rose into the starting position for the Patronus charm. Harry thought of the stars, the image that had almost held off the Dementa even without a Patronus. Only this time, Harry added the missing ingredient. He'd never truly seen it, but he'd seen the pictures and the video. The earth, blazing blue and white with reflected sunlight as it hung in space amid the black void, and the brilliant points of light. It belonged there, within that image, because it was what gave everything else its meaning. The earth was what made the stars significant, made them more than uncontrolled fusion reactions, because it was Earth that would someday colonize the galaxy and fulfill the promise of the night sky. Would they still be plagued by dementors, the children's children's children, the distant descendants of humankind as they strode from star to star? No, of course not. The dementors were only little nuisances, paling into nothingness in the light of that promise, not unkillable, not invincible, not even close. You had to put up with little nuisances if you were one of the lucky and unlucky few to be born on Earth, on ancient Earth, as it would be remembered someday. That too was part of what it meant to be alive. If you were one of the tiny handful of sentient beings born into the beginning of all things, before intelligent life had come fully into its power, that the much vaster future depended on what you did here, now, in the earliest days of dawn, when there was still so much darkness to be fought, and temporary nuisances like dementors. Mum and Dad, Hermione's friendship and Draco's journey, Neville and Seamus and Lavender and Dean, the blue sky and brilliant sun, and all bright things the earth, the stars, the promise, everything humanity was and everything it would become. On the wand, Harry's fingers moved into their starting positions. He was ready, now, to think the right sort of warm and happy thought. And Harry's eyes stared directly at that which lay beneath the tattered cloak, looked straight at that which had been named Dementor, the void, the emptiness, the hole in the universe, the absence of color and space, the open drain through which warmth poured out of the world. The fear it exuded stole away all happy thoughts. Its closeness drained your power and strength. Its kiss would destroy everything that you were. I know you now, Harry thought as his wand twitched once, twice, thrice, and 4 times, as his fingers slid exactly the right distances. I comprehend your nature. You symbolize death. Through some law of magic you are a shadow that death casts into the world. And death is not something I will ever embrace. It is only a childish thing that the human species has not yet outgrown. And someday, we'll get over it, and people won't have to say goodbye anymore. The wand rose up and leveled straight at the Dementor. Expecto Patronum. The thought exploded from him like a breaking dam, surged down his arm into his wand, burst from it as blazing white light, light that became corporeal, took on shape and substance. A figure with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head standing upright, the animal Homo sapiens, the shape of a human being, glowing brighter and brighter as Harry poured all his strength into his spell, blazing with incandescent light brighter than the fading sunset, the Aurors and Professor Quirrell shielding their eyes in shock. And someday when the descendants of humanity have spread from star to star, they won't tell the children about the history of ancient Earth until they're old enough to bear it. And when they learn, they'll weep to hear that such a thing as death had ever once existed. The figure of a human shone more brilliant now than the noonday sun, so radiant that Harry could feel the warmth of it on his skin, and Harry sent out all his defiance at the shadow of death, opening all the floodgates inside him to make that bright shape blaze even brighter and yet brighter. You are not invincible, and someday the human species will end you. I will end you if I can by the power of mind and magic and science. I won't cower in fear of death, not while I have a chance of winning. I won't let death touch me. I won't let death touch the ones I love. And even if you do end me, before I end you, another will take my place. and another, until the wound in the world is healed at last. Harry lowered his wand, and the bright figure of a human faded away. Slowly, he exhaled, like waking up from a dream, like opening his eyes after sleep. Harry's gaze moved away from the cage. He looked around and saw that everyone was staring at him. Albus Dumbledore was staring at him. Professor Quirrell was staring at him. The Auror Trio was staring at him. They were all looking at him like they'd just seen him destroy a Dementor. The tattered cloak lay empty within the cage. 46. Humanism. Point 4. The last tip of the sun was sinking below the horizon, the red light fading from the treetops. Only the blue sky illuminating the 6 people standing upon the winter-dried and snow-spotted grass, near a vacant cage on whose floor lay an empty, tattered cloak. Harry felt, well, normal again. Sanish. The spell hadn't undone the day, and its damage hadn't made the injuries as if they had never been, but his hurts had been bandaged, ameliorated. It was hard to describe. Dumbledore was also looking healthier, though not fully restored. The old wizard's head turned for a moment, locked eyes with Professor Quirrell, then looked back to Harry. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "are you about to collapse in exhaustion and possibly die?" "No, strangely enough," Harry said. "That took something out of me, but a lot less than I thought it would. Or maybe it gave something back, as well as taking. Honestly, I expected my body to be hitting the ground with a thud about now." There was a distinct body hitting the ground with a thuddish sort of sound. "Thank you for taking care of that, Quirinus," said Dumbledore to Professor Quirrell, who was now standing above and behind the unconscious forms of the 3 Aurors. "I confess I am still feeling a bit peaky, though I shall handle the memory charms myself." Professor Quirrell inclined his head and then looked at Harry. "I will omit a good deal of useless incredulity," said Professor Quirrell. "Remarks to the effect that Merlin himself failed to do that, etc. Let us go straight to asking the important question. What the sweet slithering snakes was that?" "The Patronus charm," Harry said. Version 2.0. "I rejoice to see that you are your usual self again," said Dumbledore. "But you are not going anywhere, young Ravenclaw, until you tell me what exactly was that warm and happy thought." said Harry. He tapped a contemplative finger on his cheek. "I wonder if I should." Professor Quirrell suddenly grinned. "Please," said the headmaster. "Pretty pleased with sugar on top." Harry felt an impulse and decided to go with it. It was dangerous, but there might not ever be a better opportunity until the end of time. 3 sodas, Harry said to his pouch, then looked up at the defense professor and the headmaster of Hogwarts. "Gentlemen," Harry said, "I bought these sodas on my first visit to Platform 9 3/4, on the day I entered into Hogwarts. I have been saving them for special occasions. There is a minor enchantment on them to ensure they are drunk at the right time. This is the last of my supply, but I do not think there will ever come a finer occasion. Shall we?" Dumbledore took a soda can from Harry, and Harry tossed another to Professor Quirrell. The 2 older men each muttered identical charms over the can and frowned briefly at the result. Harry, for his part, simply popped the top and drank. The defense professor and the headmaster of Hogwarts politely followed suit. Harry said, "I thought of my absolute rejection of death as the natural order." It might not be the right kind of warm feeling you needed to cast a Patronus charm, but it was going into Harry's top 10 nonetheless. The looks he got from the defense professor and the headmaster briefly made Harry nervous as the spilled ComEd tea faded out of existence. But then the two of them each glanced at the other, and both apparently decided that they couldn't get away with doing anything really awful to Harry in the other's presence. "Mr. Potter," said Professor Quirrell, "even I know that is not how things are supposed to work." "Indeed," said Dumbledore. "Explain." Harry opened his mouth, and then, as realization hit him, rapidly snapped his mouth shut again. Godric hadn't told anyone, nor had Rowena if she'd known. There might have been any number of wizards who'd figured it out and kept their mouths shut. You couldn't forget if you knew that was what you were trying to do. Once you realized how it worked, the animal form of the Patronus charm would never work for you again. And most wizards didn't have the right upbringing to turn on Dementors and destroy them. Sorry about this," said Harry. "But I've just this instant realized that explaining would be an incredibly bad idea until you work some things out on your own." "Is that the truth, Harry?" Dumbledore said slowly. "Or are you just pretending to be wise dash?" "Headmaster," said Professor Quirrell, sounding genuinely shocked. "Mr. Potter has told you that this spell is not spoken of with those who cannot cast it. You do not press a wizard on such matters." "If I told you dash," Harry began. "No," Professor Quirrell said, sounding rather severe. "You don't tell us why, Mr. Potter. You simply tell us that we are not to know. If you wish to devise a hint, you do so carefully, at leisure, not in the midst of conversation." Harry nodded. "But," said the headmaster, but what am I to tell the ministry? You can't just lose a Dementor." "Tell them I ate it," said Professor Quirrell, causing Harry to choke on the soda he had unthinkingly raised to his lips. "I don't mind. Shall we head on back, Mr. Potter?" The two of them began to walk the dirt path back to Hogwarts, leaving behind Albus Dumbledore staring forlornly at the empty cage, and the three sleeping Aurors awaiting their memory charms. Aftermath, Harry Potter and Professor Quirrell. They walked for a while before Professor Quirrell spoke, and all background noise dropped into silence when he did. "You are exceptionally good at killing things, my student," said Professor Quirrell. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "I am not prying," said Professor Quirrell, "but on the off chance that it was only the headmaster who you did not trust with the secret." Harry considered this. Professor Quirrell already couldn't cast the animal Patronus charm, but you couldn't untell a secret, and Harry was a fast enough learner to realize that he ought to at least think for a while before unleashing this one upon the world. Harry shook his head, and Professor Quirrell nodded acceptance. "Out of curiosity, Professor Quirrell," said Harry, "if your bringing the Dementor to Hogwarts had been part of an evil plot, what would have been its goal?" "Assassinate Dumbledore while he was weakened," Professor Quirrell said without even hesitating. "HM, the headmaster told you he was suspicious of me." Harry said nothing for a second while he tried to think of a reply, and then gave up when he realized he'd already answered. "Interesting," Professor Quirrell said. "Mr. Potter, it is not out of the question that there was a plot at work today. Your wand ending up that close to the Dementor's cage could have been an accident, or one of the Aurors could have been imperieused, confunded, or legitimized to exert an influence. Flitwick and myself should not be excluded as suspects in your calculation. One notes that Professor Snape canceled all his classes today, and I suspect he is powerful enough to disillusion himself. The Aurors cast detection charms early on, but they did not repeat them immediately before your turn. But most easily of all, Mr. Potter, the deed could have been plotted by Dumbledore himself, And if he did, why, he might also take steps in advance to cast your suspicion elsewhere. They walked on for a few steps. But why would he? Harry said. The defense professor stayed quiet a moment, and then said, Mr. Potter, what steps have you taken to investigate the headmaster's character? Not many, said Harry. He'd only recently realized. Not nearly enough. Then I will observe, said Professor Quirrell, that you do not find out all there is to know about a man by asking only his friends. Now, it was Harry's turn to walk a few steps in silence on the slightly beaten dirt path that led back to Hogwarts. He'd really been supposed to know better than that already. Confirmation bias was the technical term. It meant, among other things, that when you chose your information sources, there was a notable tendency to choose information sources that agreed with your current opinions. Thank you, Harry said. Actually, I didn't say it earlier, did I? Thank you for everything. If another Dementor ever threatens you, or for that matter slightly annoys you, just let me know, and I'll introduce it to Mr. Glowy Person. I don't like it when Dementors slightly annoy my friends. That got him an indecipherable glance from Professor Quirrell. You destroyed the Dementor because it threatened me? Harry said. I'd sort of decided on it before then, but yes, that would have been sufficient reason by itself. I see, said Professor Quirrell. And what would you have done about the threat to me if your spell hadn't worked for destroying the Dementor? Plan B, said Harry. Encase the Dementor in dense metal with a high melting point, probably tungsten, drop it into an active volcano, and hope it ends up inside Earth's mantle. The whole planet is filled with molten lava under its surface dash. Yes, said Professor Quirrell. I know. The defense professor was wearing a very odd smile. I really should have thought of that myself, all things considered. Tell me, Mr. Potter, if you wanted to lose something where no one would ever find it again, where would you put it? Harry considered this question. I suppose I shouldn't ask what you found that needs losing dash. Quite, said Professor Quirrell, as Harry had expected. And then, perhaps you will be told when you are older, which Harry hadn't. Well, said Harry, besides trying to get it into the molten core of the planet, you could bury it in solid rock a kilometer underground in a randomly selected location, maybe teleport it in. If there's some way to do that blindly or drill a hole and repair the hole afterward, the important thing would be not to leave any traces leading there, so it's just an anonymous cubic meter somewhere in the Earth's crust. You could drop it into the Mariana Trench, that's the deepest depth of ocean on the planet, or just pick some random other ocean trench to make it less obvious. If you could make it buoyant and invisible, then you could throw it into the stratosphere. Or ideally you would launch it into space with a cloak against detection and a randomly fluctuating acceleration factor that would take it out of the solar system. And afterward, of course, you'd obliviate yourself, so even you didn't know exactly where it was. The defense professor was laughing, and it sounded even odder than his smile. Professor Quirrell, Harry said. All excellent suggestions, said Professor Quirrell. But tell me, Mr. Potter, why those exact 5? Said Harry. They just seemed like the obvious sorts of ideas. Oh, said Professor Quirrell. But there is an interesting pattern to them. You see, one might say it sounds like something of a riddle. I must admit, Mr. Potter, that although it has had its ups and downs, on the whole, this has been a surprisingly good day. And they continued walking down the path that led to the gates of Hogwarts, quite some distance apart, as Harry, without even thinking about it, automatically stayed far enough away from the defense professor not to trigger that sense of doom, which for some reason seemed unusually strong right now. Aftermath, Daphne Greengrass. Hermione had refused to answer any questions, and as soon as they'd passed the split leading to the Slytherin dungeons, Daphne and Tracy had peeled off at once, walking as quickly as they could. Rumor traveled fast in Hogwarts, so they'd have to go to the dungeons right away if they wanted to be the first to tell everyone the story. "Now remember," said Daphne, "don't just blurt out about the kiss as soon as we walk in, okay? It works better if we tell the whole story in order." Tracy nodded excitedly, and as soon as they burst into the Slytherin common room, Tracy Davis took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone! Harry Potter couldn't cast the Patronus charm, and the Dementor almost ate him and Professor Quirrell saved him. But then Potter was all evil until Granger brought him back with a kiss. It's true love for sure. It was ordered storytelling of a sort, Daphne supposed." The news failed to produce the expected reaction. Most of the girls glanced over and then stayed in their couches, or the boys simply kept reading in their chairs. "Yes," said Pansy sourly, from where she was sitting with Gregory's feet in her lap, leaning back and reading what seemed to be a coloring book. "Millicent already told us." "How? Why didn't you kiss him first, Tracy?" said Flora and Hestia Caro from their own chairs. "Now Potter's going to marry a mudblood girl. You could have been his true love and gotten into a rich, noble house, and everything, if you just kissed him first." Tracy's face was a picture in stunned realization. "What?" shrieked Daphne. "Love does not work like that." "Of course it does," stated Millicent from where she was practicing some sort of charm while looking out a window at the swirling waters of the Hogwarts lake. "First kiss gets the prince." "It wasn't their first kiss," shouted Daphne. "Hermione was already his true love. That's why she could bring him back." Then Daphne realized what she'd just said and winced internally. But as the saying went, you had to fit the tongue to the ear. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what?" said Gregory, swinging his feet off Pansy's lap. "What's this?" Miss Bulstrode didn't tell that part. Everyone else was also looking at Daphne now. "Oh, yeah," said Daphne. Harry shoved her away and shouted, "I told you, no kissing." Then Harry screamed like he was dying, and Fawkes started singing to him. "I'm not sure which one of those happened first. Actually, Dash. That doesn't sound like true love to me," said the Caro twins. "That sounds like the wrong person kissed him." "It was supposed to be me," whispered Tracy. Her face was still stunned. "I was supposed to be his true love. Harry Potter was my general. I should have fought Granger for him, Dash." Daphne spun on Tracy, incensed. "You? Take Harry away from Hermione." "Yeah," said Tracy. "Me." "You're nuts," Daphne stated with conviction. "Even if you had kissed him first, you know what that would make you? The sad little love-struck girl who dies at the end of Act 2. "You take that back," shouted Tracy. Meanwhile, Gregory had crossed the room to where Vincent was doing his homework. "Mr. Crabbe," Gregory said in a low voice, "I think Mr. Malfoy needs to know about this." Aftermath, Hermione Granger. Hermione stared at the wax-sealed paper, on the surface of which was inscribed simply the number 42. "I figured out why we couldn't cast the Patronus charm. Hermione, it doesn't have anything to do with us not being happy enough. But I can't tell you. I couldn't even tell the headmaster. It needs to be even more secret than partial transfiguration, for now, anyway. But if you ever need to fight Dementors, the secret is written here cryptically, so that if someone doesn't know it's about Dementors and the Patronus charm, they won't know what it means. She'd told Harry about seeing him dying, her parents dying, all her friends dying, everyone dying. She hadn't told him about her terror of dying alone. Somehow that was still too painful. Harry had told her about remembering his parents dying, and that he'd thought it was funny. There's no light in the place the Dementor takes you. Hermione. No warmth. No caring. It's somewhere that you can't even understand happiness. There's pain and fear, and those can still drive you. You can hate and take pleasure in destroying what you hate. You can laugh when you see other people hurting, but you can't ever be happy. You can't even remember what it is that isn't there anymore. I don't think there's any way I can ever explain just what you saved me from. I'm usually ashamed to put people to trouble. I usually can't stand it when people make sacrifices for me. But this one time, I'll say that no matter what it ends up costing you to have kissed me, don't ever doubt for a second that it was the right thing to do. Hermione hadn't realized how little the Dementor had touched her, how small and shallow had been the darkness into which it had taken her. She'd seen everyone dying, and that had still been able to hurt. Hermione put the paper back into her pouch, like a good girl ought to. She'd really wanted to read it, though. She was frightened of Dementors. Aftermath, Minerva McGonagall. She felt frozen. She shouldn't have been so shocked. She shouldn't have found Harry so hard to face. But after what he'd been through, she had searched the young boy in front of her for any signs of dementation, and failed to find them. But something about the calm with which he had asked such a foreboding question seemed deeply worrying. Mr. Potter, I can't possibly speak of such matters without the headmaster's permission. The boy in her office took this in without changing expression. I would prefer not to disturb the headmaster over this matter, Harry Potter said calmly. I insist on not disturbing him, in fact, and you did promise that our conversation would be kept private. So let me put it this way. I know that there was, in fact, a prophecy. I know that you are the one who originally heard it from Professor Trelawney. I know that the prophecy identified the child of James and Lily as someone dangerous to the Dark Lord. And I know who I am. Indeed, everyone now knows who I am. So you are revealing nothing new or dangerous. If you tell me only this, what was the exact wording which identified me, the child of James and Lily? Trelawney's hollow voice echoed in her mind. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. Harry, said Professor McGonagall, I can't possibly tell you that. It chilled her to the bone that Harry knew so much already. She couldn't imagine how Harry had learned. The boy looked at her with strange, sorrowful eyes. Can you not sneeze without the headmaster's permission, Professor McGonagall? For I do promise to you that I have good reason to ask, and good reason to keep the question private. Please don't, Harry, she whispered. All right, Harry said. One simple question. Please, was the Potter family mentioned by name? Does the prophecy literally say Potter? She stared at Harry for a while. She couldn't have said why, or where she got the sense that this was a critical point, that she could not lightly refuse the request, nor lightly accede to it. No, she finally said. Please, Harry, don't ask any more. The boy smiled, a little sadly it seemed, and said, Thank you, Minerva. You are a good woman, and true. And while her mouth was still open in utter shock, Harry Potter got up and left the office. And only then did she realize that Harry had taken her refusal as an answer, and the true answer at that. Harry closed the door behind himself. The logic had presented itself with a strange diamond-like clarity. Harry couldn't have said if it had come to him during Fawkes's singing, or maybe even before. Lord Voldemort had killed James Potter. He had preferred to spare Lily Potter's life. He had continued his attack, therefore, with the sole purpose of killing their infant child. Dark Lords were not usually scared of infant children. So there was a prophecy about Harry Potter being dangerous to Lord Voldemort, and Lord Voldemort had known that prophecy. I give you this rare chance to flee, but I will not trouble myself to subdue you, and your death here will not save your child. Step aside, foolish woman, if you have any sense in you at all. Had it been a whim to give her that chance, but then Lord Voldemort would not have tried to persuade her. Had the prophecy warned Lord Voldemort against killing Lily Potter, then Lord Voldemort would have troubled himself to subdue her. Lord Voldemort had been mildly inclined not to kill Lily Potter. The preference had been stronger than a whim, but not as strong as a warning. So suppose that someone whom Lord Voldemort considered a lesser ally or servant, useful but not indispensable, had begged the Dark Lord to spare Lily's life. Lily's, but not James's. This person had known that Lord Voldemort would attack the House of the Potters, had known both the prophecy and the fact that the Dark Lord knew it. Otherwise, he would not have begged Lily's life. According to Professor McGonagall, besides herself, the other two who knew of the prophecy were Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape. Severus Snape, who had loved Lily before she was Lily Potter, and hated James. Severus, then, had learned of the prophecy and told it to the Dark Lord, which he had done because the prophecy had not described the Potters by name. It had been a riddle, and Severus had solved that riddle only too late. But if Severus had been the first to hear the prophecy and disposed to tell it to the Dark Lord, then why would he also have told Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall? Therefore, Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall had heard it first. The headmaster of Hogwarts had no obvious reason to tell the Transfiguration professor about an extremely sensitive and crucial prophecy. But the Transfiguration professor had every reason to tell the headmaster. It seemed likely, then, that Professor McGonagall had been the first to hear it. The prior probabilities said that it had been Professor Trelawney, Hogwarts's resident seer. Seers were rare, so if you counted up most of the seconds Professor McGonagall had spent in the presence of a seer over the course of her lifetime, most of those seer seconds would be Trelawney seconds. Professor McGonagall had told Dumbledore, and would have told no one else about the prophecy without permission. Therefore, it was Albus Dumbledore who had arranged for Severus Snape to somehow learn of the prophecy. And Dumbledore himself had solved the riddle successfully, or he would not have selected Severus, who had once loved Lily, as the intermediary. Dumbledore had deliberately arranged for Lord Voldemort to hear about the prophecy, in hopes of luring him to his death. Perhaps Dumbledore had arranged for Severus to learn only some of the prophecy, or there were other prophecies of which Severus had remained innocent. Somehow Dumbledore had known that an immediate attack on the Potters would still lead to Lord Voldemort's immediate defeat, although Lord Voldemort himself had not believed this. Or maybe that had just been a lucky stroke of Dumbledore's insanity, his taste for bizarre plots. Severus had ended up serving Dumbledore afterward. Perhaps the Death Eaters would not look kindly on Severus if Dumbledore revealed his role in their defeat. Dumbledore had tried to arrange for Harry's mother to be spared, but that part of his plot had failed, and he had knowingly condemned James Potter to his death. Dumbledore was responsible for the deaths of Harry's parents. If the whole chain of logic was correct, Harry could not, in justice, say that successfully ending the Wizarding War did not count as extenuating circumstances. But somehow, this still bothered him a great deal. And it was time and past time to ask Draco Malfoy what the other side of that war had to say about the character of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. 47. Personhood theory. There comes a point in every plot where the victim starts to suspect, and looks back, and sees a trail of events all pointing in a single direction. And when that point comes, Father had explained, the prospect of the loss may seem so unbearable, and admitting themselves tricked may seem so humiliating that the victim will yet deny the plot, and the game may continue long after. Father had warned Draco not to do that again. First, though, he'd let Mr. Avery finish eating all of the cookies he'd swindled from Draco, while Draco watched and cried. The whole lovely jar of cookies that Father had given him just a few hours earlier, for Draco had lost all of them to Mr. Avery, down to the very last one. So it was a familiar feeling that Draco had felt in the pit of his stomach when Gregory told him about the kiss. Sometimes you looked back and saw things in a lightless classroom. You couldn't quite call it unused anymore, since it had seen weekly use over the last few months. A boy sat enshrouded in a hooded cowl with an unlighted crystal globe on the desk in front of him, thinking in silence, thinking in darkness, waiting for an opening door to let in the light. Harry had shoved Granger away and said, "I told you, no kissing." Harry would probably say something like, "She just did it to annoy me last time, just like she made me go on that date." But the verified story was that Granger had been willing to face the Dementor again in order to help Harry, that she had kissed Harry, crying when he was lost in the depths of dementation, and that her kiss had brought him back. That didn't sound like rivalry, even friendly rivalry. That sounded like the kind of friendship you usually didn't see even in plays. Then why had Harry made his friend climb the icy walls of Hogwarts? Because that was the sort of thing Harry Potter did to his friends. Father had told Draco that to fathom a strange plot, one technique was to look at what ended up happening, assume it was the intended result, and ask who benefited. What had ended up happening as the result of Draco and Granger fighting Harry Potter together was that Draco had started to feel a lot friendlier toward Granger, who benefited from the scion of Malfoy becoming friends with a mudblood witch. Who benefited? That was famous for exactly that sort of plot. Who benefited? That could possibly be pulling Harry Potter's strings. Dumbledore. And if that was true, then Draco would have to go to Father and tell him everything, no matter what happened after that. Draco couldn't imagine what would happen after that. It was awful beyond imagining, which made him want to cling desperately to the last shred of hope that it wasn't all what it looked like. Draco remembered that, too, from Mr. Avery's lesson. Draco hadn't planned to confront Harry yet. He was still trying to think of an experimental test, something that Harry wouldn't just see through and fake. But then Vincent had come with the message that Harry wanted to meet early this week, on Friday instead of Saturday. And so here Draco was, in a dark classroom, an unlit crystal globe on his desk, waiting. Minutes passed. Footsteps approached. The door made a gentle creak as it swung open into the classroom, revealing Harry Potter dressed in his own hood and cowl. Harry stepped forward into the dark classroom, and the sturdy door closed behind him with a faint click. Draco tapped the crystal globe, and the classroom lit with bright green light. Green light projected shadows of the desks onto the floor and glared back at him from the curved chairbacks, photons bouncing off the wood in such fashion that the angle of incidence equaled the angle of reflection. At least that much of what he'd learned wasn't likely to be a lie. Harry had flinched as the light went on, halting for a moment, then resumed his approach. "Hello, Draco," Harry said quietly, drawing back his hood as he came to Draco's desk. "Thank you for coming. I know it's not our usual time dash." "You're welcome," Draco said flatly. Harry dragged one of the chairs to face Draco across his desk, the legs making a slight screeching sound on the floor. He spun the chair so that it was facing the wrong way and sat down straddling it, his arms folded across the back of the chair. The boy's face was pensive, frowning, serious, looking very adult even for Harry Potter. "I have an important question to ask you," said Harry, "but there's something else I want us to do before that." Draco said nothing, feeling a certain weariness. Part of him just wanted it all to be over with already. "Tell me, Draco," said Harry, "why don't Muggles ever leave ghosts behind when they die?" "Because Muggles don't have souls, obviously," Draco said. He didn't even realize until after he'd said it that it might contradict Harry's politics, and then he didn't care. Besides, it was obvious. Harry's face showed no surprise. "Before I ask my important question, I want to see if you can learn the Patronus charm." For a moment, the sheer non sequitur stumped Draco. Good old impossible to predict or understand Harry Potter. There were times when Draco wondered whether Harry was deliberately this disorienting as a tactic. Then Draco understood and shoved himself up and away from his desk in a single angry motion. That was it. It was over. Like Dumbledore's servants, he spat. Like Salazar Slytherin, Harry said steadily. Draco almost stumbled over his own feet in the middle of his first stride toward the door. Slowly, Draco turned back toward Harry. "I don't know where you came up with that," said Draco, "but it's wrong. Everyone knows the Patronus charm is a Gryffindor spell dash. Salazar Slytherin could cast a corporeal Patronus charm," Harry said. Harry's hand darted into his robes, brought out a book whose title was written as white on green, and so almost impossible to read in the green light, but it looked old. "I discovered that when I was researching the Patronus charm before, and I found the original reference and checked the book out of the library just in case you didn't believe me. The author of this book doesn't think there's anything unusual about Salazar being able to cast a Patronus. Either the belief that Slytherins can't do that must be recent. And as a further historical note, though I don't have the book with me, Godric Gryffindor never could." After the first 6 times Draco had tried calling Harry's bluff, on 6 successively more ridiculous occasions, he'd realized that Harry just didn't lie about what was written in books. Still, when Harry's hands opened the book and laid it out to the place of a bookmark, Draco leaned over and studied the place where Harry's finger pointed. Then the fires of Ravenclaw fell upon the darkness that had cloaked the left wing of Lord Foul's army, breaking it, and it was revealed that the Lord Gryffindor had spoken true. The fear they all had felt was not natural in its source, but coming from thrice a dozen Dementors who had been promised the souls of the defeated. At once the Lady Hufflepuff and Lord Slytherin brought forth their patronuses, a vast angry badger and a bright silver serpent, and the defenders lifted their heads as the shadow passed from their hearts. And Lady Ravenclaw laughed, remarking that Lord Foul was a great fool, for now his own army would be subject to the fear, but not the defenders of Hogwarts. Yet the Lord Slytherin said, "No, fool he, that much I know." And the Lord Gryffindor, beside him, studied the battlefield with a frown upon his face. Draco looked back up. So, Harry closed the book and put it into his pouch. Chaos and Sunshine both have soldiers that can cast corporeal Patronus charms. Corporeal patronuses can be used to convey messages. If you can't learn the spell, Dragon Army will be at a severe military disadvantage. Draco didn't care about that right now, and told Harry so. His voice was sharper than it probably should have been. Harry didn't blink. "Then I'm calling in the favor you owe me from that time I stopped a riot from breaking out on our first day of broomstick lessons. I'm going to try to teach you the Patronus charm. And for my favor, I want you to do your honest best to learn and cast it. I trust to the honor of House Malfoy that you will." Draco felt that certain weariness again. If Harry had asked at any other time, it would have been a fair return on favor owed, given that it wasn't actually a Gryffindor spell. But why? Draco said, "To find out whether you can do this thing that Salazar Slytherin could do," Harry said evenly, "this is an experimental test, and I will not tell you what it means until after you have done it. Will you?" It probably was a good idea to discharge that favor on something innocuous, all the more so if it was time to break with Harry Potter. All right. Harry drew a wand from his robes and laid it against the globe. "Not really the best color for learning the Patronus charm," Harry said. "Green light the exact shade of the killing curse. But silver is a Slytherin color too, isn't it? Dulac." The light went out, and Harry whispered the first two phrases of the continual light enchantment, recasting that part of it, though neither of them could have cast the whole thing by themselves. Then Harry tapped the globe again, and the room lit with a silver radiance, brilliant but still soft and gentle. Color returned to the desks and chairs, and to Harry's slightly sweaty face beneath his shock of black hair. It took that long for Draco to realize the implication. "You saw a killing curse cast since the last time we met. When? How dash?" "Cast the Patronus charm," Harry said, looking more serious than ever. "And I'll tell you." Draco pressed his hands to his eyes, shutting out the silver light. I really should remember that you're too weird for any normal plots." Within his self-imposed darkness, he heard the sound of Harry snickering. Harry watched closely as Draco finished his latest run-through of the preliminary gestures, the part of the spell that was difficult to learn. The final brandish and the pronunciation didn't have to be precise. All three of the last runs had been perfect, as far as Harry could see. Harry had also felt an odd impulse to adjust things that Mr. Lupin hadn't said anything about, like the angle of Draco's elbow or the direction his foot was pointing. It could have been entirely his own imagination, and probably was, but Harry had decided to go with it just in case. "All right," Harry said quietly. There was a tension in his chest that made it a little hard to speak. "Now, we don't have a Demena here, but that's all right. We won't need one. Draco, when your father spoke to me at the train station, he said that you were the one thing in the world that was most precious to him, and he threatened to throw away all his other plans to take vengeance on me, if ever you came to harm." "He what?" There was a catch in Draco's voice, and a strange look on his face. "Why are you telling me that?" "Why wouldn't I?" Harry didn't let his expression change, though he could guess what Draco was thinking, that Harry had been plotting to separate Draco from his father, and shouldn't be saying anything that would bring them closer together. There's always been just one person who matters most to you, and I know exactly what warm and happy thought will let you cast the Patronus charm. You told it to me at the train station before the first day of school. Once you fell off a broomstick and broke your ribs. It hurt more than anything you'd ever felt, and you thought you were going to die. Pretend that fear is coming from a Dementor standing in front of you, wearing a tattered black cloak, looking like a dead thing left in water. And then cast the Patronus charm. And when you brandish the wand to drive the Dementor away, think of how your father held your hand so that you wouldn't be afraid, and then think of how much he loves you and how much you love him, and put it all into your voice when you say expecto patronum, for the honor of House Malfoy, and not just because you promised me a favor. Show me you didn't lie to me that day in the train station when you told me Lucius was a good father. Show me you can do what Salazar Slytherin could do. And Harry stepped backward, behind Draco, out of Draco's field of vision, so that Draco only faced the dusty old teacher's desk and blackboard at the front of the unused classroom. Draco cast one look behind him, that strange look still on his face, and then turned away to face forward. Harry saw the exhalation, the inhalation. The wand twitched once, twice, thrice, and 4 times. Draco's fingers slid along the wand, exactly the right distances. Draco lowered his wand. "This is too dash," Draco said. "I can't think this right while you're watching dash." Harry turned around and started walking toward the door. "I'll come back in a minute," Harry said. "Just hold to your happy thought, and the Patronus will stay." From behind Draco came the sound of the door opening again. Draco heard Harry's footsteps entering the classroom, but Draco didn't turn to look. Harry didn't say anything either. The silence stretched. Finally, "What does this mean?" Draco said. His voice wavered a bit. "It means you love your father," Harry's voice said, which was just what Draco had been thinking, and trying not to cry in front of Harry. It was too right, just too right. Before Draco, on the floor, was the shining form of a snake that Draco recognized. A blue kite, a snake first brought to their manor by Lord Abraxas Malfoy after a visit to some faraway land. And Father had kept a blue kite in the Ophidarium ever since. The thing about the blue kite was that the bite wouldn't hurt much. Father had said that, and told Draco that he was never allowed to pet the snake, no matter who was watching. The venom killed your nerves so fast that you didn't have time to feel pain as the poison spread. You could die of it even after using healing charms. It ate other snakes. It was as Slytherin as any creature could possibly be. That was why a blue kite head had been forged into the handle of Father's cane. The bright snake darted out its tongue, which was also silver, and seemed to smile somehow, in a warmer way than any reptile should. And then Draco realized. But Draco said, still staring at the beautifully radiant snake, "You can't cast the Patronus charm." Now that Draco had cast it himself, he understood why that was important. You could be evil, like Dumbledore, and still cast the Patronus charm, so long as you had something bright left inside you. But if Harry Potter didn't have a single thought inside him that shone like that, the Patronus charm is more complicated than you think, Draco, Harry said seriously. Not everyone who fails at casting it is a bad person or even unhappy. But anyway, I can cast it. I did it on my second try. after I realized what I'd done wrong facing the Dementor my first time. But, well, my life gets a little peculiar sometimes, and my Patronus came out strange, and I'm keeping it a secret for now, Dash. Am I supposed to just believe that? You can ask Professor Quirrell if you don't believe me, said Harry. Ask him whether Harry Potter can cast a corporeal Patronus, and tell him that I told you to ask. He'd know the request was from me. No one else would know. Oh, and now Draco was to trust Professor Quirrell? Still, knowing Harry, it might be true, and Professor Quirrell wouldn't lie for trivial reasons. The glowing snake turned its head back and forth, as though seeking a prey that wasn't there, and then coiled itself into a circle, as though to rest. I wonder, Harry said softly, when it was which year, which generation, that Slytherin stopped trying to learn the Patronus charm. When it was that people started to think, that Slytherins themselves started to think that being cunning and ambitious was the same as being cold and unhappy. And if Salazar knew that his students didn't even bother showing up to learn the Patronus charm anymore, I wonder, would he wish that he'd never been born? I wonder how it all went wrong, when Slytherin's house went wrong. The shining creature winked out, the turmoil rising in Draco, making it impossible to sustain the charm. Draco spun on Harry. He had to control himself not to raise his wand. What do you know about Slytherin House or Salazar Slytherin? You were never sorted into my house. What gives you the right to dash? And that was when Draco finally realized. You did get sorted into Slytherin. Draco said, you did, and afterwards you snapped your fingers, Dash. Draco had once asked Father if it would be clever to get sorted into some other house so that everyone would trust him, and Father had smiled and said that he'd thought of that too at Draco's age. But there was no way to fool the Sorting Hat. Not until Harry Potter came along. How had he ever bought, for 1 minute, that Harry was a Ravenclaw? An interesting hypothesis, Harry said equably. Do you know, you're the second person in Hogwarts to come up with a theory along those lines. At least you're the second that's actually said, so to my face, Dash. Snape, Draco said with certainty. His head of house was no fool. Professor Quirrell, of course, said Harry. Though come to think, Severus did ask me how I managed to stay out of his house, and whether I had something the Sorting Hat wanted. I suppose you could say, you're number 3. Oh, but Professor Quirrell's theory was a little different than yours, though. May I have your word not to repeat it? Draco nodded without even really thinking about it. What was he supposed to do? Say no. Professor Quirrell thought that Dumbledore wasn't happy with the Hat's choice for the boy who lived. And the instant Harry said it, Draco knew. He knew that it was true. It was just obvious. Who did Dumbledore even think he was fooling? Well, besides every single other person in Hogwarts except Snape and Quirrell, Harry might even believe it himself. Draco stumbled back over to his desk in something of a daze and sat down hard enough to hurt slightly. This sort of thing happened around once a month with Harry, and it hadn't happened yet in January, so it was time. His fellow Slytherin, who might or might not think himself a Ravenclaw, sat back down in the chair he'd used earlier, now sitting on it crosswise and looking up intently at Draco. Draco didn't know what he should be doing now, whether he should be trying to persuade the lost Slytherin boy that, no, he wasn't actually a Ravenclaw, or trying to figure out whether Harry was in league with Dumbledore, though that suddenly seemed less likely. But then why had Harry set up the whole thing with him and Granger? He really should have remembered that Harry was too weird for any normal plots. Harry, Draco said. "Did you deliberately antagonize me and General Sunshine just so we'd work together against you?" Harry nodded without hesitation, as though it was the most normal thing in the world and nothing to be ashamed of. The whole thing with the gloves and making us climb up the walls of Hogwarts, the only point was to make me and Granger more friendly toward each other. And even before then, you've been plotting it for a really long time. Since the beginning. Again, the nod. WHYYYYY. Harry's eyebrows lifted for a moment, the only reaction he showed to Draco shrieking so loudly in the closed classroom that it hurt his own ears. Why did Harry Potter do this sort of thing? Then Harry said, "So that Slytherins will be able to cast the Patronus charm again." That doesn't make sense. Draco was aware that he was losing control of his voice, but he didn't seem able to stop himself. "What does that have to do with Granger?" "Patterns," Harry said. His face was very serious now, and very grave, like a quarter of children born to squib couples being wizards. A simple, unmistakable pattern you would recognize instantly if you knew what you were looking at, even though if you didn't know, you wouldn't even realize it was a clue. The poison in Slytherin House is something that's been seen before in the Muggle world. This is an advanced prediction. Draco, I could have written it down for you before our first day of school, just from hearing you talk in King's Cross Station. Let me describe some really pathetic sorts of people that hang around at your father's political rallies, pure blood families that would never be invited to dinner at Malfoy Manor. Bearing in mind that I've never met them, I'm just predicting it from recognizing the pattern of what's happening to Slytherin House Dash. And Harry Potter proceeded to describe the Parkinsons and Montags and Bowles with a calmly cutting accuracy that Draco wouldn't have dared think to himself in case there was a Legilimens around. It was beyond insult. They would kill Harry if they ever heard. To sum up, Harry finished, they don't have any power themselves. They don't have any wealth themselves. If they didn't have Muggleborns to hate, if all the Muggleborns vanished the way they say they want, they'd wake up one morning and find they had nothing. But so long as they can say purebloods are superior, they can feel superior themselves. They can feel like part of the master class. Even though your father would never dream of inviting them to dinner, even though there's not one galleon in their vaults, even if they did worse on their OWLs than the worst Muggleborn in Hogwarts, even if they can't cast the Patronus charm anymore. Everything is the Muggleborn's fault to them. They have someone besides themselves to blame for their own failures, and that makes them even weaker. That's what Slytherin House is becoming pathetic, and the root of the problem is hating Muggleborns. Salazar Slytherin himself said that mudbloods needed to be cast out, that they were weakening our blood dash. Draco's voice had risen to a shout. Salazar was wrong as a question of simple fact. You know that, Draco, and that hatred is poisoning your whole house. You couldn't cast the Patronus charm using a thought like that. Then why could Salazar Slytherin cast the Patronus charm? Harry was wiping sweat from his forehead. Because things have changed between then and now. Listen, Draco, 300 years ago you could find great scientists as great as Salazar in their own way, who would have told you that some other Muggles were inferior because of their skin color dash. Skin color, said Draco. I know, skin color instead of anything important like blood purity. Isn't it ridiculous? But then something in the world changed, and now you can't find any great scientists who still think skin color should matter. Only loser people like the ones I described to you. Salazar Slytherin made the mistake when everyone else was making it, because he grew up believing it, not because he was desperate for someone to hate. There were a few people who did better than everyone else around them, and they were exceptionally good. But the ones who just accepted what everyone else thought weren't exceptionally evil. The sad fact is that most people just don't notice a moral issue at all unless someone else is pointing it out to them. And once they're as old as Salazar was when he met Godric, they've lost the ability to change their minds. Only then Hogwarts was built, and Hogwarts started sending acceptance letters to Muggleborns like Godric insisted. And more people began to notice that Muggleborns weren't any different. Now it's a big political issue instead of something that everyone just believes without thinking about it. And the correct answer is that Muggleborns aren't any weaker than purebloods. So now the people who end up siding with what Salazar once believed are either people who grew up in very closed, pureblood environments like you, or people who are so pathetic themselves that they're desperate for someone to feel superior to, people who love to hate. That doesn't sound right. Draco's voice said. His ears listened, and wondered that he couldn't come up with anything better to say. It doesn't? Draco, you know now there's nothing wrong with Hermione Granger. You had trouble dropping her off a roof. I hear. Even though you knew she'd taken a feather-falling potion. Even though you knew she was safe. What sort of person do you think wants to kill her? Not for any wrong she did to them. Just because she's a Muggleborn. Even though she's just a young girl who would help them with their homework in a second, if they ever asked her. Harry's voice broke. What sort of person wants her to die? Father. Draco felt split in two. He seemed to be having a problem with dual vision. Granger is a mudblood. She should die, and a girl hanging from his hand on the rooftop, like seeing double. And anyone who doesn't want Hermione Granger to die won't want to hang around the sort of people who do. That's all people think Slytherin is now. Not clever planning, not trying to achieve greatness, just hating Muggleborns. I paid Morag a sickle to ask Padma why she hadn't gone to Slytherin. We both know she got the option. And Morag told me that Padma just gave her a look and said that she wasn't Pansy Parkinson. You see, the best students with the virtues of more than one house, the students with choices, they go under the hat thinking anywhere but Slytherin, and someone like Padma ends up in Ravenclaw. And I think the sorting hat tries to maintain a balance in the sorting. So it fills out the ranks of Slytherin with anyone who isn't repelled by all the hatred. So instead of Padma Patil, Slytherin gets Pansy Parkinson. She's not very cunning and she's not very ambitious, but she's the sort of person who doesn't mind what Slytherin is turning into. And the more Padmas go to Ravenclaw and the more Pansies go to Slytherin, the more the process accelerates. It's destroying Slytherin House, Draco. It had a ring of awful truth. Padma had belonged in Slytherin, and instead Slytherin got Pansy. Father rallied lesser families like the Parkinsons because they were convenient sources of support, but Father hadn't realized the consequences of associating Slytherin's name with them. I can't dash, Draco said, but he wasn't even sure what he couldn't do. What do you want from me? I'm not sure how to heal Slytherin House, Harry said slowly. But I know it's something you and I will end up having to do. It took centuries for science to dawn over the Muggle world. It only happened slowly, but the stronger science got, the further that sort of hatred retreated. Harry's voice was quiet. Now, I don't know exactly why it worked that way, but that's how it happened historically. As though there's something in science like the shine of the Patronus charm, driving back all sorts of darkness and madness, not right away, but it seems to follow wherever science goes. The Enlightenment, that was what it was called in the Muggle world. It has something to do with seeking the truth. I think with being able to change your mind from what you grew up believing, with thinking logically, realizing that there's no reason to hate someone because their skin is a different color, just like there's no reason to hate Hermione Granger, or maybe there's something to it that even I don't understand. But the Enlightenment is something that you and I belong to now, both of us. Fixing Slytherin House is just one of the things we have to do. Let me think, Draco said, his voice coming out in something of a croak. Please. And he rested his head in his hands and thought. Draco thought for a while, with his palms over his eyes to shut out the world. No sound but his and Harry's breathing. All the persuasive reasonableness of what Harry said, the evident grains of truth that it contained. And against that, the obvious, the perfectly and entirely obvious hypothesis about what was really going on. After a time, Draco finally raised his head. It sounds right, Draco said quietly. A huge smile broke out on Harry's face. So, Draco continued, is this where you bring me to Dumbledore to make it official? He kept his voice very casual as he said it. Oh, yeah, Harry said. That was the thing I was going to ask you about. Actually, Dash. Draco's blood froze in his veins, froze solid and shattered. Professor Quirrell said something to me that got me thinking, and, well, no matter how you answer this question, I'm already stupid for having not asked you a lot earlier. Everyone in Gryffindor thinks Dumbledore is a saint. The Hufflepuffs think he's crazy. The Ravenclaws are all proud of themselves for having worked out that he's only pretending to be crazy, but I never asked anyone in Slytherin. I'm supposed to know better than to make that sort of mistake. But if even you think Dumbledore's okay to conspire with on fixing Slytherin House, I guess I didn't miss anything important. You know, Draco said, his voice remarkably calm. All things considered, every time I wonder if you do things like this just to annoy me, I tell myself that it has to be accidental. No one could possibly do this sort of thing on purpose, even if they tried until blood trickled out of their ears. That's the only reason I'm not going to strangle you now. Huh. And then strangle himself, because Harry had grown up with Muggles, and then Dumbledore had smoothly diverted him from Slytherin to Ravenclaw. So it was perfectly plausible that Harry might not know anything, and Draco had never thought to tell him. Or else Harry had guessed that Draco wouldn't join up with Dumbledore so readily, and this itself was just the next step of Dumbledore's plan. But if Harry really didn't know about Dumbledore, then warning him had to take precedence over everything. All right, Draco said, after he'd had a chance to organize his thoughts. I don't know where to start, so I'll just start somewhere. Draco drew a deep breath. This was going to take a while. Dumbledore murdered his little sister and got away with it because his brother wouldn't testify against him. Harry listened with increasing worry and dismay. Harry had been prepared, he'd thought, to take the blood-purest side of the story with a grain of salt. The trouble was that even after you added an enormous amount of salt, it still didn't sound good. Dumbledore's father had been convicted of using unforgivable curses on children and died in Azkaban. That was no sin of Dumbledore's, but it would be a matter of public record. Harry could check that part and see whether all of this had been made up out of thin air by the blood purists. Dumbledore's mother had died mysteriously shortly before his younger sister died, in what the Aurors had ruled to be murder. Supposedly that sister had been brutalized by Muggles and never spoken again after that, which Draco pointed out sounded remarkably like a botched obliviation. After Harry's first few interruptions, Draco had seemed to pick up on the general principle, and was now presenting the observations first and the inferences afterward. "So you don't have to take my word for it," said Draco. "You can see it, right? Anyone in Slytherin can." Dumbledore waited to fight his duel with Grindelwald until the exact moment when it would look best for Dumbledore, after Grindelwald had ruined most of Europe and built up a reputation as the most terrible dark wizard in history, and just when Grindelwald had lost the gold and blood sacrifices he was getting from his Muggle pawns, and was about to start heading downhill. If Dumbledore was really the noble wizard he pretended to be, he'd have fought Grindelwald long before that. Dumbledore probably wanted Europe ruined. It was probably part of their plan together. He only attacked Grindelwald after his puppet failed him. And that big flashy duel wasn't real. There's no way two wizards would be so exactly matched that they'd fight for 20 whole hours until one of them fell over from exhaustion. That was just Dumbledore making it look more spectacular. Here Draco's voice became more indignant, and that got Dumbledore made Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, the line of Merlin unbroken, corrupted after 1,500 years. And then he became Supreme Mugwump on top of that, and he already had Hogwarts to use as an invincible fortress headmaster and chief warlock and Supreme Mugwump. No normal person would try to do all that at once. How can anyone not see that Dumbledore's trying to take over the world? "Pause," Harry said, and closed his eyes to think. It wasn't any worse than what you would have heard about the West in Stalin's Russia. And none of that would have been true, though the blood purists wouldn't be able to get away with making stuff up entirely, or would they? The Daily Prophet had shown a pronounced tendency to make stuff up, but then again, when they stuck out their neck too far on the Weasley betrothal, they had been called on it, and they had been embarrassed. Harry opened his eyes and saw that Draco was watching him with a steady, waiting gaze. "So when you asked me if it was time to join up with Dumbledore, that was just a test." Draco nodded. "And before that, when you said it sounded right dash." "It sounds right," said Draco, "but I don't know if I can trust you. Are you going to complain about my testing you, Mr. Potter? Are you going to say that I fooled you? That I led you on?" Harry knew he should smile like a good sport, but he couldn't really. It was too much of a disappointment. "You're right, it's fair. I can't complain," Harry said instead. "So what about he who must not be named? Not as bad as he was made out to be." Draco looked bitter at that. "So you think it's all just making Father's side look good and Dumbledore's side look bad, and that I believe it all myself just because Father told me?" "It's a possibility I'm considering," Harry said evenly. Draco's voice was low and intense. "They knew. My father knew. His friends knew. They knew the Dark Lord was evil. But he was the only chance anyone had against Dumbledore. The only wizard anywhere who was powerful enough to fight him. Some of the other Death Eaters were truly evil too, like Bellatrix Black. Father isn't like that, but Father and his friends had to do it. Harry, they had to. Dumbledore was taking over everything. The Dark Lord was the only hope anyone had left." Draco was staring hard at Harry. Harry met the gaze, trying to think. Nobody ever thought of themselves as the villain of their own story. Maybe Lord Voldemort did. Maybe Bellatrix did. But Draco certainly didn't. That the Death Eaters were bad guys was not in question. The question was whether they were the bad guys. Whether there was one villain in the story, or two. "You're not convinced," Draco said. He looked worried and a little angry, which didn't surprise Harry. He was pretty sure Draco himself believed all this. Should I be convinced? Harry said. He didn't look away. Just because you believe it, are you a strong enough rationalist now that your belief is strong evidence to me? Because you'd be very unlikely to believe it if it weren't true. When I met you, you weren't that strong. Everything you told me, did you rethink it after you awakened as a scientist? Or is it just something you grew up believing? Can you look me in the eyes and swear to me upon the honor of House Malfoy that if there's one untruth buried in what you said, one thing that got added on just to make Dumbledore look a little worse, you would have noticed? Draco started to open his mouth, and Harry said, Don't stain the honor of House Malfoy. You're not that strong yet, and you should know it. Listen, Draco, I've started to notice some worrying things myself. But there's nothing definite, nothing certain. It's all just deductions and hypotheses and untrustworthy witnesses. And there's nothing certain in your story either. Dumbledore might have had some other good reason not to fight Grindelwald years earlier, though it would have to be a pretty good excuse, especially considering what was happening on the Muggle side of things. But still, is there one clearly evil thing that Dumbledore's done for certain, so I don't have to wonder? Draco's breathing was harsh. All right, Draco said in an uneven voice, I'll tell you what Dumbledore did. From Draco's robes came a wand, and Draco said Quietus, then Quietus again, but he got the pronunciation wrong a second time, and finally Harry took out his own wand and did it. There, said Draco hoarsely, once upon a time there was a girl, and her name was Narcissa, and she was the prettiest, the smartest, the most cunning girl that was ever sorted into Slytherin, and my father loved her, and they married, and she wasn't a Death Eater, she wasn't a fighter. All she ever did was love Father Dash. Draco stopped there because he was crying. Harry felt sick to his stomach. Draco had never talked about his mother, not once. He should have noticed that earlier. She got in the way of a curse. Draco's voice came out in a scream. Dumbledore burned her to death in her own bedroom. In a classroom filled with soft silver light, one boy is staring at another boy, who is sobbing, wiping frantically at his eyes with the sleeves of his robes. It was hard for Harry to stay balanced, to keep withholding judgment. It was too emotional. There was something that either wanted to start tears from his own eyes in sympathy with Draco, or know that it wasn't true. Dumbledore burned her to death in her own bedroom. That didn't sound like Dumbledore's style. But you could only think that thought so many times before you started to wonder about the trustworthiness of that whole style concept. It must have hurt horribly, Draco said, his voice shaking. Father never talks about it at all. You don't ever talk about it in front of him, but Mr. McNair told me. There were scorch marks all over the bedroom, from how Mother must have struggled while Dumbledore burned her alive. That is the debt Dumbledore owes to House Malfoy, and we will have his life for it. Draco, Harry said. He let all of the hoarseness into his own voice. It would be wrong to sound calm. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for asking, but I have to know, how do you know it was Dumbledash? Dumbledore said he did it. He told Father it was a warning. And Father couldn't testify under Veritaserum because he was in a Clummins. He couldn't even get Dumbledore put on trial. Father's own allies didn't believe him after Dumbledore just denied everything in public. But we know, the Death Eaters know, Father wouldn't have any reason to lie about that. Father would want us to take revenge on the right person. Can't you see that, Harry? Draco's voice was wild. Unless Lucius did it himself, of course, and found it more convenient to blame Dumbledore. Although, it also didn't seem like Lucius's style. And if he had murdered Narcissa, It would have been smarter to pin the blame on an easier victim instead of losing political capital and credibility by going after Dumbledore. In time, Draco stopped crying and looked at Harry. "Well," said Draco, sounding like he wanted to spit the words, "is that evil enough for you, Mr. Potter?" Harry looked down at where his arms rested on the back of his chair. He couldn't meet Draco's eyes anymore. The pain in them was too raw. "I wasn't expecting to hear that," Harry said softly. "I don't know what to think anymore." "You don't know?" Draco's voice rose to a shriek, and he stood up abruptly from his desk. "I remembered the Dark Lord killing my parents," Harry said. "When I went in front of the Dementor the first time, that was what I remembered. The worst memory. Even though it was so long ago. I heard them dying. My mother begged the Dark Lord not to kill me. Not Harry. Please no. Take me. Kill me instead. That's what she said. And the Dark Lord mocked her. And laughed. Then, I remember the flash of green light dash." Harry looked up at Draco. "So we could fight," Harry said. "We could just keep on with the same fight. You could tell me that it was right for my mother to die, because she was the wife of James, who killed a Death Eater. But bad for your mother to die, because she was innocent. And I could tell you that it was right for your mother to die, that Dumbledore must have had some reason that made it okay to burn her alive in her own bedroom, but bad for my mother to die. But you know, Draco, either way, wouldn't it be obvious that we were just being biased? Because the rule that says that it's wrong to kill innocent people, that rule can't switch on for my mother and off for yours, and it can't switch on for your mother and off for mine. If you tell me that Lily was an enemy of the Death Eaters, and it's right to kill your enemies, then the same rule says that Dumbledore was right to kill Narcissa, since she was his enemy." Harry's voice went hoarse. "So if the two of us are going to agree on anything, it's going to be that neither of their deaths were right, and that no one's mother should die anymore." The fury boiling inside Draco was so great that he could barely stop himself from storming out of the room. All that halted him was the recognition of a critical moment, and a small remnant of friendship, a tiny flash of sympathy, for he'd forgotten that Harry's mother and father were dead by the Dark Lord's hand. The silence stretched. "You can talk," Harry said. "Draco, talk to me. I won't get angry. Are you thinking, I don't know, that Narcissa dying was much worse than Lily dying? That it's wrong for me even to make the comparison?" "I guess I was stupid too," Draco said. All this time I forgot that you must hate the Death Eaters for killing your parents. Hate Death Eaters the way I hate Dumbledore." And Harry had never said anything, never reacted when Draco talked about Death Eaters, kept it hidden. Draco was a fool. "No," Harry said. It's not like that, Draco. I don't even know how to explain to you, except to say that a thought like that wouldn't," Harry's voice choked, "you would never be able to use it to cast the Patronus charm." Draco felt a sudden wrench in his heart. Unwanted, but he felt it. "Are you pretending you're just going to forget about your own parents? Are you saying I should just forget about Mother? So you and I have to be enemies, then?" Now Harry's voice was growing equally wild. "What have we ever done to each other that means we have to be enemies? I refuse to be trapped like that. Justice can't mean that both of us should attack each other. It doesn't make sense." Harry stopped, took a deep breath, ran his fingers back through the deliberate mess of his hair. The fingers came away sweaty. Draco could see it. "Draco, listen, we can't expect to meet on everything right away, you and I. So I won't ask you to say that the Dark Lord was wrong to kill my mother. Just say that it was sad. We won't talk about whether or not it was necessary, whether it was justified. I'll just ask you to say that it was sad that it happened, that my mother's life was valuable too. You'll just say that for now. And I'll say it was sad that Narcissa died, because her life was also worth something. We can't expect to agree on everything right away, but if we start out by saying that every life is precious, that it's sad when anyone dies, then I know we'll meet someday. That's what I want you to say. Not who was right, not who was wrong, just that it was sad when your mother died and sad when my mother died, and it would be sad if Hermione Granger died. Every life is precious. Can we agree on that and let the rest go by for now? Is it enough if we just agree on that? Can we, Draco? That seems more like a thought someone could use to cast the Patronus charm. There were tears in Harry's eyes, and Draco was getting angry again. Dumbledore killed Mother. It's not enough to just say it's sad. I don't understand what you think you have to do, but the Malfoys have to take revenge. Not avenging the deaths of family went beyond weakness, beyond dishonor. You might as well not exist. I'm not arguing with that, Harry said quietly. But will you say that Lily Potter's death was sad? Just say that one thing. Draco was having difficulty finding words again. I know how you feel, but don't you see, Harry? Even if I just say that Lily Potter's death was sad, that's already going against the Death Eaters. Draco, you've got to be able to say the Death Eaters were wrong about some things. You can't progress as a scientist, otherwise there'll be a roadblock in your way, an authority you can't contradict. Not every change is an improvement, but every improvement is a change. You can't do anything better unless you can manage to do it differently. You've got to let yourself do better than other people. Even your father, Draco, even him. You've got to be able to point to something your father did and say it was mistaken because he wasn't perfect. And if you can't say that, you can't do better. Father had warned him every night before he went to sleep for a month, before he went to Hogwarts, that there would be people with this goal. You're trying to break me loose of Father. Trying to break a part of you loose, said Harry. Trying to let you fix some things your father got mistaken. Trying to let you do better, but not trying to break your Patronus. Harry's voice got softer. I wouldn't want to break something bright like that. Who knows, fixing Slytherin House might need that too. It was getting to Draco. That was the thing, despite everything it was getting to him. You had to be really careful around Harry because his arguments sounded so convincing even when he was wrong. And what you're not admitting is that Dumbledore told you that you could avenge your parents' deaths by taking Lord Malfoy's son from him. No, that part's just wrong. Harry took a deep breath. I did not know who Dumbledore was, or who the Dark Lord was, or who the Death Eaters were, or how my parents died, until 3 days before I came to Hogwarts. The day you and I first met in the clothes shop, that was the day I learned. And Dumbledore doesn't even like Muggle science, or he says he doesn't. I got a chance to probe him on it once. The thought of taking revenge on the Death Eaters through you has never crossed my mind, not even once until now. I didn't know who the Malfoys were when I met you in the clothes shop, and then I liked you. There was a long silence. I wish I could trust you, Draco said. His voice was shaking. If I could just know you were telling the truth, everything would be so much simpler. And then suddenly it came to Draco. The way to know whether Harry Potter really meant everything he said. about wanting to fix Slytherin House, about being sad that Mother had died. It would be illegal. And since he'd have to do it without Father's help, it would be dangerous. He couldn't even trust Harry Potter to help. But, all right, Draco said. I've thought of a definitive experiment. What is it? I want to give you a drop of Veritaserum, Draco said. Just one drop so you can't lie, but not enough to make you answer anything. I don't know where I'll get it, but I'll make certain it's safe. Harry said. There was a helpless look on his face. Draco, Don't say it, Draco said. His voice was firm and calm. If you say no, that's my experimental result right there. Draco, I'm in a Clumens Oh, that is such a lie I was trained by Mr. Bester. Professor Quirrell set it up. Look, Draco, I'll take one drop of Veritaserum if you can get it. I'm just warning you that I'm in a Clumens. Not a perfect Clumens, but Mr. Bester said I was putting up a complete block, and I could probably beat Veritaserum. You're in your first year at Hogwarts. That's just crazy. No, a Legilimens you can trust? I'll be happy to demonstrate. Look, Draco, I'm sorry, but doesn't the fact that I told you count for something? I could have just let you do it. You know. Why? Why are you always like this, Harry? Why do you have to mess everything up even when it's impossible? And stop smiling, this isn't funny. I'm sorry, I know it's not funny, It took a while for Draco to get himself under control. But Harry was right. Harry could have just let Draco administer the Veritaserum. If he really was in a Clumens. Draco didn't know who he could ask to try legilimency, but he could at least ask Professor Quirrell. If it was true, could Draco trust Professor Quirrell? Maybe Professor Quirrell would just say anything Harry asked him to. Then Draco remembered the other thing Harry had told him to ask Professor Quirrell, and thought of a different test. You know, said Draco, you know what it costs me if I agree that the poison in Slytherin's house is hating Muggleborns, and say that Lily Potter's death was sad. And that's part of your plan. Don't tell me it's not. Harry said nothing, which was wise of him. There's something I want from you in return, said Draco. And before, then, an experimental test, I want to try Draco pushed open the door to which the portraits had directed them, and this time it was the right door. Before them was a small empty place of stone set against the night sky. Not a roof like the one he dropped Harry from, but a tiny and proper courtyard, far above the ground, with proper railings, elaborate traceries of stone that flushed seamlessly into the stone floor. How so much artistry had been infused into the creation of Hogwarts was something that still awed Draco every time he thought about it. There must have been some way to do it all at once. No one could have detailed so much piece by piece. The castle changed, and every new piece was like that. It was so far beyond the wizardry of these fading days that no one would have believed it if they hadn't seen the proof in Hogwarts itself. Cloudless and cold, the winter night sky. It got dark long before students' curfew, in the final days of January. The stars shining brightly in the clear air. Harry had said that being under the stars would help him. Draco touched his chest with his wand, slid his fingers in a practice motion, and said, "Thermos." A warmth spread through him, starting from his heart. The wind went on blowing on his face, but he was no longer cold. "Thermos," Harry's voice said behind him. They went together to the railing, to look down at the ground a long way below. Draco tried to figure if they were in one of the towers that could be seen from outside, and found that right now he couldn't quite seem to picture how Hogwarts looked from outside. But the ground below was always the same. He could see the Forbidden Forest as a vague outline and moonlight glittering from the Hogwarts lake. Harry's voice said quietly from beside him, where his arms leaned on the railing next to Draco's, one of the things that Muggles get really wrong is that they don't turn all their lights out at night. Not even for 1 hour every month, not even for 15 minutes once a year. The photons scatter in the atmosphere and wash out all but the brightest stars, and the night sky doesn't look the same at all, not unless you go far away from any cities. Once you've looked up at the sky over Hogwarts, it's hard to imagine living in a Muggle city where you wouldn't be able to see the stars. You certainly wouldn't want to spend your whole life in Muggle cities once you'd seen the night sky over Hogwarts. Draco glanced at Harry and found that Harry was craning his neck to stare up at where the Milky Way arched across the darkness. Of course, Harry went on, his voice still quiet, you can't ever see the stars properly from Earth. Either the air always gets in the way. You have to look from somewhere else if you want to see the real thing, the stars burning hard and bright, like their true selves. Have you ever wished that you could just whisk yourself up into the night sky, Draco, and go look at what there is to see around other suns than ours? If there were no limit to the power of your magic, is that one of the things you would do if you could do anything? There was a silence, and then Draco realized that he was expected to answer. I didn't think of it before, Draco said, without any conscious decision. His voice came out as soft and hushed as Harry's. Do you really think anyone would ever be able to do that? I don't think it'll be that easy, said Harry. But I know I don't mean to spend my whole life on Earth. It would have been something to laugh at if Draco hadn't known that some Muggles had already left without even using magic. To pass your test, Harry said, I'm going to have to say what it means to me, that thought, the whole thing, not the shorter version I tried to explain to you before. But you should be able to see it's the same idea, only more general. So my version of the thought, Draco, is that when we go out into the stars, we might find other people there. And if so, they certainly won't look like we do. There might be things out there that are grown from crystal or big pulsating blobs, or they might be made of magic, now that I think about it. So with all that strangeness, how do you recognize a person? Not by the shape, not by how many arms or legs it has, not by the sort of substance it's made out of, whether that's flesh or crystal or stuff I can't imagine. You would have to recognize them as people from their minds. And even their minds wouldn't work just like ours do. But anything that lives and thinks and knows itself and doesn't want to die, it's sad, Draco. It's sad if that person has to die, because it doesn't want to. Compared to what might be out there, every human being who ever lived, we're all like brothers and sisters. You could hardly even tell us apart. The ones out there who met us, they wouldn't see British or French. They wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They'd just see a human being. Humans who can love and hate and laugh and cry. And to them, the ones out there, that would make us all as alike as peas in the same pod. They would be different, though, really different. But that wouldn't stop us. And it wouldn't stop them if we both wanted to be friends together. Harry raised his wand then, and Draco turned and looked away as he had promised, looked toward the stone floor and stone wall in which the door was set. For Draco had promised not to look and not to tell anyone of what Harry had said, or anything at all of what happened here this night, though he didn't know why it was to be so secret. "I have a dream," said Harry's voice, "that one day sentient beings will be judged by the patterns of their minds and not their color or their shape or the stuff they're made of or who their parents were. Because if we can get along with crystal things someday, how silly would it be not to get along with Muggleborns who are shaped like us and think like us, as alike to us as peas in a pod? The crystal things wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. How impossible is it to imagine that the hatred-poisoning Slytherin house would be worth taking with us to the stars? Every life is precious, everything that thinks and knows itself and doesn't want to die. Lily Potter's life was precious, and Narcissa Malfoy's life was precious, even though it's too late for them now. It was sad when they died. But there are other lives that are still alive to be fought for. Your life, and my life, and Hermione Granger's life, all the lives of Earth, and all the lives beyond to be defended and protected expecto patronum. And there was light. Everything turned to silver in that light. The stone floor, the stone wall, the door, the railings so dazzling just in the reflection that you could hardly even see them. Even the air seemed to shine, and the light grew brighter and brighter and brighter. When the light ended, it was like a shock. Draco's hand went automatically to his robe to bring out a handkerchief, and it was only then that he realized he was crying. "There is your experimental result," Harry's voice said quietly. "I really did mean it, that thought." Draco slowly turned toward Harry, who had lowered his wand now. That's got to be a trick, right?" Draco said. He couldn't take many more of these shocks. Your Patronus can't really be that bright dash, and yet it had been Patronus light. Once you knew what you were looking at, you couldn't mistake it for anything else. That was the true form of the Patronus charm, Harry said. Something that lets you put all your strength into the Patronus without hindrance from within yourself. And before you ask, I did not learn it from Dumbledore. He does not know the secret, and could not cast the true form if he did. I solved the puzzle for myself, and I knew once I understood that this spell must not be spoken of. For your sake, I undertook your test, but you must not speak of it, Draco. Draco didn't know any more. He didn't know where the true strength lay, or the right of things. Double vision, double vision. Draco wanted to call Harry's ideals weakness, Hufflepuff foolishness, the sort of lie that rulers told to placate the populace, and that Harry had been silly enough to believe for himself, foolishness taken seriously, and raised up to insane heights, projected out onto the stars themselves. Something beautiful and hidden, mysterious and bright. Will I, whispered Draco, be able to cast a Patronus like that someday? If you always keep seeking the truth, Harry said, and if you don't refuse the warm thoughts when you find them, then I'm sure you will. I think a person could get anywhere if they just kept going long enough, even to the stars. Draco wiped his eyes with his handkerchief again. We should go back inside, Draco said in an unsteady voice. Someone could have seen it, all that light dash. Harry nodded and moved to and through the door, and Draco looked up at the night sky one last time before he followed. Who was the boy who lived, that he was already in a Clumens, and could cast the true form of the Patronus charm, and do other strange things. What was Harry's Patronus? Why must it stay unseen? Draco didn't ask any of those questions, because Harry might have answered, and Draco just couldn't take any more shocks today. He just couldn't. One more shock, and his head was going to just fall right off his shoulders and go bounce, bounce, bounce down the corridors of Hogwarts. They ducked into a small alcove, instead of going all the way back to the classroom. At Draco's request, he was feeling too nervous to put it off any longer. Draco put up a quieting barrier, and then looked at Harry in silent question. "I've been thinking about it," Harry said. "I'll do it, but there are 5 conditions, Dash." 5. "Yes, 5. Look, Draco, a pledge like this is just begging to go terribly wrong somehow. You know, it would go wrong if this were a play, Dash." "Well, it's not." Draco said. "Dumbledore killed Mother. He's evil. It's one of those things you talk about that doesn't have to be complicated." "Draco," Harry said, his voice careful, "all I know is that you say that Lucius says that Dumbledore says he killed Narcissa. To believe that unquestioningly, I have to trust you and Lucius and Dumbledore. So like I said, there are conditions. The first one is that at any point you can release me from the pledge, if it no longer seems like a good idea. It has to be a deliberate and intended decision on your part, of course, not a trick of wording or something." "Okay," said Draco. "That sounded safe enough. Condition 2 is that I'm pledging to take as an enemy whoever actually did kill Narcissa, as determined to the honest best of my ability as a rationalist, whether that's Dumbledore or someone else. And you have my word that I'll exercise my best ability as a rationalist to keep that judgment honest, as a question of simple fact. Agreed?" "I don't like it," said Draco. He didn't. The whole point was to make sure Harry never went with Dumbledore. Still, if Harry was honest, he'd catch on to Dumbledore soon enough. And if dishonest, he'd already broken his word. But I'll agree. Condition 3 is that Narcissa has to have been burned alive. If that part of the story turns out to be something exaggerated just to make it sound a little worse, then I get to decide for myself whether or not to still go through with the pledge. Good people sometimes have to kill, but they don't ever torture people to death. It's because Narcissa was burned alive that I know whoever did that was evil." Draco kept his temper, barely. Condition 4 is that if Narcissa got her own hands dirty and, say, crucioed someone's child into insanity, and that person burned Narcissa for revenge, the deal might be off again, because then it was still wrong for them to burn her. They still should have just killed her without pain, but it wasn't evil the same way as if she was just Lucius's love who never did anything herself, like you said. Condition 5 is that if whoever killed Narcissa was tricked somehow into doing it, then my enemy is whoever tricked them, not the person who was tricked. All this really sounds like you're planning to weasel out of it, Dash. Draco, I won't take a good person as an enemy, not for you or anyone. I have to really believe they're in the wrong. But I've thought about it, and it seems to me that if Narcissa didn't do any evil with her own hands, just fell in love with Lucius and chose to stay his wife, then whoever burned her alive in her own bedroom isn't likely to be a good guy. And I'll pledge to take as my enemy whoever made that happen, whether it's Dumbledore or anyone else, unless you deliberately release me from that pledge. Hopefully that won't go wrong the way it would if this were a play. I'm not happy, said Draco, but okay. You pledge to take my mother's murderer as your enemy, and I'll dash. Harry waited, with a patient look on his face, while Draco tried to make his voice work again. I'll help you fix the problem with Slytherin house-hating Muggleborns, Draco finished in a whisper. And I'll say it was sad that Lily Potter died. So be it, said Harry. And it was done. The break, Draco knew, had just widened a little more. No, not a little, a lot. There was a sensation of drifting away, of being lost further and further from shore, further and further from home. "Excuse me," Draco said. He turned away from Harry, and then tried to calm himself. He had to do this test, and he didn't want to fail it from being nervous or ashamed. Draco raised his wand into the starting position for the Patronus charm, remembered falling from his broomstick, the pain, the fear, imagined it coming from a tall figure in a cloak, looking like a dead thing left in water. And then Draco closed his eyes, the better to remember Father holding his small, cold hands in his own warm strength. "Don't be frightened, my son. I'm here." The wand swung up in a broad brandish to drive the fear away, and Draco was surprised at the strength of it. And he remembered in that moment that Father wasn't lost, would never be lost, would always be there and strong in his own person, no matter what happened to Draco. And his voice cried, "Expecto Patronum." Draco opened his eyes. A shining snake looked back at him, no less bright than before. Behind him, he heard Harry exhale a breath, as though in relief. Draco gazed into the white light. It seemed he wasn't lost completely, after all. "That reminds me," said Harry after a while. "Can we test my hypothesis about how to use a Patronus to send messages?" "Is it going to surprise me?" said Draco. "I don't want any more surprises today." Harry had claimed that the idea wasn't all that strange, and he didn't see how it could possibly shock Draco in any way, which made Draco feel even more nervous, somehow. But Draco could see how important it was to have a way of sending messages in emergencies. The trick, or so Harry hypothesized, was wanting to spread the good news, wanting the recipient to know the truth of whatever happy thought you'd used to cast the Patronus charm. Only instead of telling the recipient in words, the Patronus itself was the message, by wanting them to see that the Patronus would go to them. "Tell Harry," said Draco to the luminous snake, even though Harry was standing only a few paces away on the other side of the room, to, beware the green monkey, this being a sign from a play Draco had once seen. And then, just like at King's Cross Station, Draco wanted Harry to know that Father had always cared for him. Only this time he didn't try to say it in words, but wanted to say it with the happy thought itself. The bright snake slithered across the room, looking more like it was slithering through the air rather than the stone itself. It got to Harry after traveling that short distance, and said to Harry, in a strange voice that Draco recognized as how he himself probably sounded to other people, "Beware the green monkey." "In Parseltongue," said Harry. The snake slithered back across the floor to Draco. "Harry says the message is received and acknowledged," said the shining blue kite in Draco's voice. "Huh," Harry said. "Talking to Patronuses feels odd." "Why are you looking at me like that?" said the heir of Slytherin. Aftermath. Harry stared at Draco. "You mean just magical snakes, right?" "And no," said Draco. He was looking rather pale, and was still stammering, but had at least stopped the incoherent noises he'd been making earlier. "You're a Parselmouth. You can speak Parseltongue. It's the language of all snakes everywhere. You can understand any snake when it talks, and they can understand when you talk to them. Harry, you can't possibly believe you were sorted into Ravenclaw. You're the heir of Slytherin. Snakes are sentient." 48. Utilitarian Priorities. It was Saturday, the first morning of February, and at the Ravenclaw table, a boy bearing a breakfast plate heaped high with vegetables was nervously inspecting his servings for the slightest trace of meat. It might have been an overreaction, After he'd gotten over the raw shock, Harry's common sense had woken up and hypothesized that Parseltongue was probably just a linguistic user interface for controlling snakes. After all, snakes couldn't really be human-level intelligent. Someone would have noticed by now. The smallest-brained creatures Harry had ever heard of with anything like linguistic ability were the African gray parrots taught by Irene Pepperberg, and that was unstructured proto-language, in a species that played complex games of adultery and needed to model other parrots. While according to what Draco had been able to remember, snakes spoke to parselmouths in what sounded like normal human language, i.e., full-blown recursive syntactical grammar. That had taken time for hominids to evolve with huge brains and strong social selection pressures. Snakes didn't have much society at all that Harry had ever heard, and with thousands upon thousands of different species of snakes all over the world, how could they all use the same version of their supposed language, Parseltongue? Of course, that was all merely common sense, in which Harry was starting to lose faith entirely. But Harry was sure he'd heard snakes hissing on the TV at some point. After all, he knew what that sounded like from somewhere. And that hadn't sounded to him like language, which had seemed a good deal more reassuring. At first, the problem was that Draco had also asserted that parselmouths could send snakes on extended complex missions. And if that was true, then parselmouths had to make snakes persistently intelligent by talking to them. In the worst-case scenario that would make the snake self-aware, like what Harry had accidentally done to the Sorting Hat. And when Harry had offered that hypothesis, Draco had claimed that he could remember a story. Harry hoped to Cthulhu that this one story was just a fairy tale. It had that ring to it, but there was a story about Salazar Slytherin sending a brave young viper on a mission to gather information from other snakes. If any snake a parselmouth had talked to could make other snakes self-aware by talking to them, then, Harry didn't even know why his mind was going all. Then, when he knew perfectly well how the exponential progression would work, it was just the sheer moral horror of it that was blowing his mind. And what if someone had invented a spell like that to talk to cows? What if there were poultry mouths? Or for that matter, Harry froze in sudden realization, just as the forkful of carrots was about to enter his mouth. That couldn't possibly be true. Surely no wizard would be stupid enough to do that. And Harry knew, with a dreadful sinking feeling, that of course they would be that stupid. Salazar Slytherin had probably never considered the moral implications of snake intelligence for even 1 second, just like it hadn't ever occurred to Salazar that Muggleborns were intelligent enough to deserve personhood rights. Most people just didn't see moral issues at all, unless someone else was pointing them out. "Harry," said Terry from beside him, sounding like he was afraid he would regret asking, "Why are you staring at your fork like that?" "I'm starting to think magic should be illegal," said Harry. "By the way, have you ever heard any stories about wizards who could speak with plants?" Terry hadn't heard of anything like that. Neither had any 7th-year Ravenclaws that Harry had asked. And now Harry had returned to his place, but not yet sat down again, staring at his plate of vegetables with a forlorn expression. He was getting hungrier, and later in the day he would be visiting Mary's place for one of their incredibly tasty dishes. Harry was finding himself sorely tempted to just revert back to yesterday's eating habits and be done with it. "You've got to eat something," said his inner Slytherin. And it's not all that much more likely that anyone sneezed self-awareness onto poultry than onto plants. So as long as you're eating food of questionable sentience, either way, why not eat the delicious deep-fried Duracell slices? I'm not quite sure that's valid utilitarian logic. Oh, you want utilitarian logic? One serving of utilitarian logic coming up. Even in the unlikely chance that some moron did manage to confer sentience on chickens, it's your research that stands the best chance of discovering the fact and doing something about it. If you can complete your work even slightly faster by not messing around with your diet, then, counterintuitive as it may seem, the best thing you can do to save the greatest number of possibly sentient who-knows-whats is not wasting time on wild guesses about what might be intelligent. It's not like the house elves haven't prepared the food already, regardless of what you take onto your plate. Harry considered this for a moment. It was a rather seductive line of reasoning. "Good," said Slytherin. "I'm glad you see now that the most moral thing to do is to sacrifice the lives of sentient beings for your own convenience, to feed your dreadful appetites, for the sick pleasure of ripping them apart with your teeth." "What?" Harry thought indignantly. "Which side are you on here?" His inner Slytherin's mental voice was grim. "You too will someday embrace the doctrine that the end justifies the means." This was followed by some mental snickering. Ever since Harry had started worrying that plants might also be sentient, his non-Ravenclaw components had been having trouble taking his moral caution seriously. Hufflepuff was shouting cannibalism every time Harry tried to think about any food item whatsoever, and Gryffindor would visualize it screaming while he ate it, even if it was, say, a sandwich. Cannibalism. Don't eat me. Ignore the screams. Eat it anyway. It's a safe place to compromise your ethics in the service of higher goals. Everyone else thinks it's okay to eat sandwiches, so you can't use your usual rationalization about a small probability of a large downside if you get caught. Harry gave a mental sigh and thought, just so long as you're okay with us being eaten by giant monsters that didn't do enough research into whether we were sentient. "I'm okay with that," said Slytherin. "Is everyone else okay with that?" Internal mental nods. "Great. Can we go back to deep-fried Duracell slices now?" "Not until I've done some more research into what's sentient and what isn't. Now shut up." And Harry turned firmly away from his plate full of oh-so-tempting vegetables to head toward the library. "Just eat the students," said Hufflepuff. "There's no doubt about whether they're sentient." "You know you want to," said Gryffindor. "I bet the young ones are the tastiest." Harry was starting to wonder if the Dementor had somehow damaged their imaginary personalities. "Honestly," said Hermione. The young girl's voice sounded a little acerbic as her gaze scanned the bookshelves of the herbology stacks in the Hogwarts library. Harry had left her a message asking if she could come to the library after she'd finished breakfast, which Harry had skipped, but then when Harry had introduced the day's topic, she'd seemed a bit nonplussed. "You know your problem, Harry? You've got no sense of priorities. An idea gets into your head, and you just go running straight off after it." "I've got a great sense of priorities," said Harry. His hand reached out and grabbed Vegetable Cunning by Casey McNamara and began to flip through the starting pages, searching for the table of contents. "That's why I want to find out whether plants can talk before I eat my carrots. Don't you think that maybe the two of us have more important things to worry about?" "You sound just like Draco," Harry thought, but of course didn't say out loud. Out loud, he said, "What could possibly be more important than plants turning out to be sentient?" There was a pregnant silence from beside him, as Harry's eyes went down the table of contents. There was indeed a chapter on plant language, causing Harry's heart to skip a beat, and then his hands began to rapidly turn the pages, heading for the appropriate page number. "There are days," said Hermione Granger, "when I really, truly have absolutely no idea what goes on inside that head of yours. Look, it's a question of multiplication, okay? There's a lot of plants in the world. If they're not sentient, then they're not important. But if plants are people, then they've got more moral weight than all the human beings in the world put together. Now, of course your brain doesn't realize that on an intuitive level, but that's because the brain can't multiply. Like if you ask 3 separate groups of Canadian households how much they'll pay to save 2,000, 20,000, or 200,000 birds from dying in oil ponds, the 3 groups will respectively state that they're willing to pay $78, $88, and $80. No difference, in other words. It's called scope insensitivity. Your brain imagines a single bird struggling in an oil pond, and that image creates some amount of emotion that determines your willingness to pay. But no one can visualize even 2,000 of anything, so the quantity just gets thrown straight out the window. Now try to correct that bias with respect to 100 trillion sentient blades of grass, and you'll realize that this could be thousands of times more important than we used to think the whole human species was. Oh, thank Azathoth. This says it's just mandrakes that can talk, and they speak regular human language out loud. Not that there's a spell you can use to talk with any plant dash. Ron came to me at breakfast yesterday morning. Hermione said. Now her voice sounded a little quiet, a little sad, maybe even a little scared. He said he'd been dreadfully shocked to see me kiss you, that what you said while you were demented should have shown me how much evil you were hiding inside, and that if I was going to be a follower of a dark wizard, then he wasn't sure he wanted to be in my army anymore. Harry's hands had stopped turning pages. It seemed that Harry's brain, for all its abstract knowledge, was still incapable of appreciating scope on any real emotional level, because it had just forcibly redirected his attention away from trillions of possibly sentient blades of grass who might be suffering or dying even as they spoke, and toward the life of a single human being who happened to be nearer and dearer. Ron is the world's most gigantic prat, Harry said. They won't be printing that in the newspaper anytime soon, because it's not news. So after you fired him, how many of his arms and legs did you break? I tried to tell him it wasn't like that. Hermione went on in the same quiet voice. I tried to tell him you weren't like that, and that it wasn't like that between the two of us, but it just seemed to make him even more like he was. Well, yes, Harry said. He was surprised that he wasn't feeling angrier at Captain Weasley, but his concern for Hermione seemed to be overriding that for now. The more you try to justify yourself to people like that, the more it acknowledges that they have the right to question you. It shows you think they get to be your inquisitor, and once you grant someone that sort of power over you, they just push more and more. This was one of Draco Malfoy's lessons, which Harry had thought was actually pretty smart. People who tried to defend themselves got questioned over every little point and could never satisfy their interrogators. But if you made it clear from the start that you were a celebrity and above social conventions, people's minds wouldn't bother tracking most violations. That's why, when Ron came over to me as I was sitting down at the Ravenclaw table and told me to stay away from you, I held my hand out over the floor and said, "You see how high I'm holding my hand? Your intelligence has to be at least this high to talk to me." Then he accused me of, quote, "sucking you into the darkness," unquote. So I pursed my lips and went schlurp, And after that, his mouth was still making those talking noises, so I put up a quieting charm. I don't think he'll be trying his lectures on me again. I understand why you did that, Hermione said, her voice tight. I wanted to tell him off too, but I really wish you hadn't. It will make things harder for me. Harry. Harry looked up from vegetable cunning again. He wasn't getting any reading done at this rate, and he saw that Hermione was still reading whatever book she had, not looking up at him. Her hands turned another page, even as he watched. I think you're taking the wrong approach by trying to defend yourself at all, Harry said. I really do think that. You are who you are. You're friends with whoever you choose. Tell anyone who questions you to shove it. Hermione just shook her head and turned another page. Option 2, Harry said. Go to Fred and George and tell them to have a little talk with their wayward brother. Those two are genuine good guys, Dash. It's not just Ron, Hermione said in almost a whisper. Lots of people are saying it. Harry, even Mandy is giving me worried looks when she thinks I'm not looking. Isn't it funny? I keep worrying that Professor Quirrell is sucking you into the darkness. And now people are warning me just the same way I try to warn you. Well, yeah, said Harry. Doesn't that reassure you a bit about me and Professor Quirrell? In a word, said Hermione. No. There was a silence that lasted long enough for Hermione to turn another page, and then her voice, in a real whisper this time, and Padma is going around telling everyone that since I couldn't cast the P. Patronus charm, I must only be pretending to be nice. Padma didn't even try herself. Harry said indignantly, If you were a dark witch who was just pretending, you wouldn't have tried in front of everyone. Do they think you're stupid? Hermione smiled a little and blinked a few times. Hey, I have to worry about actually going evil. Here the worst-case scenario is that people think you're more evil than you really are. Is that going to kill you? I mean, is it all that bad? The young girl nodded, her face screwed up tight. Look, Hermione, if you worry that much about what other people think, if you're unhappy whenever other people don't picture you exactly the same way you picture yourself, that's already dooming yourself to always be unhappy. No one ever thinks of us just the same way we think of ourselves. I don't know how to explain to you, Hermione said in a sad, soft voice. I'm not sure it's something you could ever understand, Harry. All I can think of to say is, how would you feel if I thought you were evil? Harry visualized it. Yeah, that would hurt. A lot. But you're a good person who thinks about that sort of thing intelligently. You've earned that power over me. It would mean something if you thought I'd gone wrong. I can't think of a single other student, besides you, whose opinion I'd care about the same way, Dash. You can live like that, whispered Hermione Granger. I can't. The girl had gone through another 3 pages in silence, and Harry had returned his eyes to his own book and was trying to regain his focus when Hermione finally said in a small voice, Are you really sure I mustn't know how to cast the Patronus charm? Harry had to swallow a sudden lump in his throat. He suddenly saw himself not knowing why the Patronus charm didn't work for him, not being able to show Draco, just being told that there was a reason, and nothing more. Hermione, your Patronus would shine with the same light, but it wouldn't be normal. It wouldn't look like people think patronuses should look. Anyone who saw it would know there was something strange going on. Even if I told you the secret you couldn't demonstrate to anyone unless you made them face the other way so they could only see the light, and And the most important part of any secret is the knowledge that a secret exists. You could only show 1 or 2 friends if you swore them to secrecy. Harry's voice trailed off, helplessly. I'll take it. Her voice was still small. It was very hard not to just blurt out the secret, right there in the library. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. It's dangerous, Hermione. It could do a lot of harm if that secret got out. Haven't you heard the saying, 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead? That telling just your closest friends is the same as telling everyone, because you're not just trusting them, you're trusting everyone they trust. It's too important, too much of a risk. It's not the sort of decision that should be made for the sake of fixing someone's reputation at school. Okay, Hermione said. She closed the book and put it back on the shelf. I can't concentrate right now. Harry, I'm sorry. If there's anything else I can do, be nicer to everyone. The girl didn't look back as she walked out of the stacks, which might have been a good thing because the boy was frozen in place, unmoving. After a while, the boy started turning pages again. 49. Prior information. A boy waits at a small clearing at the edge of the non-forbidden forest, beside a dirt trail that runs back to the gates of Hogwarts in one direction and off into the distance in another. There is a carriage nearby, and the boy is standing well away from it, looking at it, his eyes seldom wavering from its direction. In the distance, a figure is approaching along the dirt path, a man wearing professorial robes, trudging slowly with his shoulders slumped low, his formal shoes kicking up small clouds of dust as he walks. Half a minute later, the boy darts another quick glance before returning to his surveillance, and this glimpse shows that the man's shoulders have straightened, his face unslackened, and that his shoes are now walking lightly across the dirt, leaving not a trace of dust in the air behind. "Hello, Professor Quirrell," Harry said without letting his eyes move again from the direction of their carriage. "Salutations," said the calm voice of Professor Quirrell. "You seem to be keeping your distance, Mr. Potter. I don't suppose you see something odd about our conveyance." "Odd?" Harry echoed. "Why, no, I can't say I see anything odd. There seem to be even numbers of everything. 4 seats, 4 wheels, 2 huge skeletal winged horses." A skin-wrapped skull turned to look at him and flashed teeth, solid and white in that black, cavernous mouth, as though to indicate that it was just about as fond of him as he was of it. The other black, leathery horse skeleton tossed its head like it was whickering, but there was no sound. "They are thestrals, and they have always drawn the carriage," Professor Quirrell said, sounding quite undisturbed as he climbed into the front bench of the carriage, sitting down as far to the right as possible. "They are visible only to those who have seen death and comprehended it, a useful defense against most animal predators. HM, I suppose that the first time you went in front of the Dementor, your worst memory proved to be the night of your encounter with he who must not be named." Harry nodded grimly. It was the right guess, even if for the wrong reasons. "Those who have seen death. Did you recall anything of interest thereby?" "Yes," Harry said. "I did. Only that and nothing more," for he was not ready as yet to make accusations. The defense professor smiled one of his dry smiles and beckoned with an impatient finger. Harry closed the distance and climbed into the carriage, wincing. The sense of doom had grown significantly stronger after the day of the Dementor, even though it had been slowly weakening before then. The greatest distance that the carriage allowed him from Professor Quirrell no longer seemed like nearly far enough. Then the skeletal horses trotted forward, and the carriage started in motion, taking them toward the outer bounds of Hogwarts. As it did, Professor Quirrell slumped back down into zombie mode, and the sense of doom retreated, though it still hovered at the edge of Harry's perceptions, unignorable. The forest scrolled by as the carriage rolled along, the trees moving past at a speed that seemed positively glacial by comparison to broomsticks or even cars. There was something oddly relaxing, Harry thought, about traveling that slowly. It had certainly relaxed the defense professor, who was slumped over with a small stream of drool coming out of his slack mouth and puddling on his robes. Harry still hadn't decided what he was allowed to eat for lunch. His library research hadn't turned up any sign of wizards speaking to non-magical plants, or any other non-magical animals besides snakes, although Spell and Speak by Paul Breedlove had recounted the probably mythical tale of a sorceress called the Lady of Flying Squirrels. What Harry wanted to do was ask Professor Quirrell. The problem was that Professor Quirrell was too smart. Judging by what Draco had said, the heir of Slytherin business was a major bombshell, and Harry wasn't sure he wanted anyone else to know. And the instant Harry asked about Parseltongue, Professor Quirrell would fix him with those pale blue eyes and say, "I see, Mr. Potter. So you taught Mr. Malfoy the Patronus charm and accidentally spoke to his snake." It wouldn't matter that it shouldn't be enough evidence to locate the true explanation as a hypothesis, let alone overcome its burden of prior improbability. Somehow the defense professor would deduce it anyway. There were times when Harry suspected that Professor Quirrell had way more background information than he was telling. His priors were simply too good. Sometimes he got his amazing deductions right even when his reasons were wrong. The problem was that Harry couldn't see how Professor Quirrell could have snuck in an extra clue about half the stuff he guessed. Just once Harry would have liked to make some sort of incredible deduction from something Professor Quirrell said, which would catch him completely off guard. "I shall have a bowl of green lentil soup with soy sauce," Professor Quirrell said to the waitress. "And for Mr. Potter, a plate of Tennerman's family chili." Harry hesitated in sudden dismay. He'd resolved to stick to vegetarian dishes for the moment, but he'd forgotten in his deliberations that Professor Quirrell did the actual ordering, and it would be awkward if he protested now. The waitress bowed to them and turned to go, Excuse me, any meat in that from snakes or flying squirrels?" The waitress didn't so much as blink an eye, only turned back to Harry, shook her head, bowed politely to him again, and resumed her walk toward the door. The other parts of Harry were snickering at him. Gryffindor was making sardonic comments about how a little social discomfort was enough to get him to resort to cannibalism, shouted by Hufflepuff, and Slytherin was remarking on how nice it was that Harry's ethics were flexible when it came to important goals like maintaining his relationship with Professor Quirrell. After the waitress had closed the door behind her, Professor Quirrell waved a hand to slide home the locking bar, spoke the usual 4 charms to ensure privacy, and then said, "An interesting question, Mr. Potter. I wonder why you asked it." Harry kept his face steady. "I was looking up some facts about the Patronus charm earlier," he said. "According to the Patronus charm, wizards who could and couldn't, it turns out that Godric couldn't and Salazar could. I was surprised, so I looked up the reference in 4 Lives of Power. And then I discovered that Salazar Slytherin could supposedly talk to snakes. Temporal sequence wasn't the same as causation. It wasn't Harry's fault if Professor Quirrell missed that. Further research turned up an old story about a mother goddess type who could talk to flying squirrels. I was a bit worried about the prospect of eating something that could talk, and Harry took a casual sip of his water. Just as Professor Quirrell said, "Mr. Potter, would I be correct in guessing that you are also a Parselmouth?" When Harry was done coughing, he set his glass of water back down on the table, fixed his gaze on Professor Quirrell's chin rather than looking him in the eyes, and said, "So you are able to perform legilimency through my occlumency barriers." Then, Professor Quirrell was grinning widely. "I shall take that as a compliment, Mr. Potter, but no. I'm not buying this anymore," Harry said. "There's no way you came to that conclusion based on that evidence." "Of course not," Professor Quirrell said equably. "I had planned to ask you that question today in any case, and simply chose an opportune moment. I have suspected since December. In fact, December, said Harry. "I found out yesterday." "Ah, so you did not realize the Sorting Hat's message to you was in Parseltongue?" The defense professor had timed it exactly right the second time, too, just as Harry was taking a gulp of water to clear out his throat from the first coughing fit. Harry hadn't realized, not until just now. Of course, it was obvious the instant Professor Quirrell said it. Right, Professor McGonagall had even told him not to talk to snakes where anyone could see him, but he'd thought she'd meant not to be seen talking to any statues or architectural features in Hogwarts that looked like snakes. Double illusion of transparency. He'd thought he understood her. She'd thought he understood her, but how the hell? So, Harry said, "You performed legilimency on me during my first defense class to find out what happened with the Sorting Hat dash. Then I would not have found out in December." Professor Quirrell leaned back, smiling. "This is not a puzzle you can solve on your own, Mr. Potter, so I will reveal the answer. Over the winter holiday, I was alerted to the fact that the headmaster had filed a request for a closed judicial panel to review the case of one Mr. Rubeus Hagrid, whom you know as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and who was accused of the murder of Abigail Myrtle in 1943. "Oh, of course," said Harry. "That makes it downright obvious that I'm a Parselmouth. Professor, what the sweet slithering snakes dash." The other suspect for that murder was Slytherin's monster, the legendary inhabitant of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, which is why certain sources alerted me to the fact, and why it caught my attention sufficiently that I spent a good deal of bribed money to learn the details of the case. Now, in point of fact, Mr. Potter, Mr. Hagrid is innocent. Ridiculously obviously innocent. He is the most blatantly innocent bystander to be convicted by the magical British legal system since Grindelwald's confunding of Neville Chamberlain was pinned on Amanda Knox. Headmaster Dippet prompted a student puppet to accuse Mr. Hagrid because Dippet needed a scapegoat to take the blame for the death of Miss Myrtle, and our marvelous justice system agreed that this was plausible enough to warrant Mr. Hagrid's expulsion and the snapping of his wand. Our current headmaster needs merely provide some new item of evidence significant enough to reconvene the case, and with Dumbledore applying pressure instead of Dippet, the result is a foregone conclusion. Lucius Malfoy has no particular reason to fear Mr. Hagrid's vindication. Thus, Lucius Malfoy will only resist to the extent that he can do so costlessly in order to impose costs on Dumbledore, and Dumbledore is clearly willing to prosecute the case regardless. Professor Quirrell took a sip of his water. "But I digress. The new evidence that the headmaster promises to provide is to exhibit a previously undetected spell on the Sorting Hat, which the headmaster asserts he is personally determined to respond only to Slytherins who are also Parselmouths. The headmaster further argues that this favors the interpretation that the Chamber of Secrets was indeed opened in 1943, approximately the right time frame for he who must not be named, a known Parselmouth, to have attended Hogwarts. It is a rather questionable logic, but a judicial panel may rule that it swings the case far enough to bring Mr. Hagrid's guilt into doubt, if they can manage to keep a straight face as they say it. And now we come to the key question. How did the headmaster discover this hidden spell on the Sorting Hat? Professor Quirrell was smiling thinly now. Well now, let us suppose that there was a Parselmouth in this year's crop of students, a potential heir of Slytherin. You must admit, Mr. Potter, that you stand out as a possibility whenever extraordinary people are considered. And if I then further ask myself which new Slytherin would be most likely to have his mental privacy invaded by the headmaster, specifically hunting the memories of his sorting, why, you stand out even more. The smile vanished. So you see, Mr. Potter, it was not I who invaded your mind, though I will not ask you to apologize. It is not your fault that you believed Dumbledore's protestations of respecting your mental privacy. My sincere apologies, Harry said, keeping his face expressionless. The rigid control was a confession in its own right, as was the sweat beading his forehead, but he didn't think the defense professor would take any evidence from that. Professor Quirrell would just think Harry was nervous at having been discovered as the heir of Slytherin, rather than being nervous that Professor Quirrell might realize that Harry had deliberately betrayed Slytherin's secret, which itself was no longer seeming like such a smart move. So, Mr. Potter, any progress on finding the Chamber of Secrets? No, thought Harry, but to maintain plausible deniability, you needed a general policy of sometimes evading questions even when you had nothing to hide. With respect, Professor Quirrell, if I had made such progress, it is not quite obvious to me that I should tell you about it. Professor Quirrell sipped from his own water glass again. Well then, Mr. Potter, I shall freely tell you what I know or suspect. First, I believe the Chamber of Secrets is real, as is Slytherin's monster. Miss Myrtle's death was not discovered until hours after her demise, even though the wards should have alerted the headmaster instantly. Therefore, her murder was performed either by Headmaster Dippet, which is unlikely, or by some entity which Salazar Slytherin keyed into his wards at a higher level than the headmaster himself. Second, I suspect that contrary to popular legend, the purpose of Slytherin's monster was not to rid Hogwarts of Muggleborns. Unless Slytherin's monster were powerful enough to defeat the headmaster of Hogwarts and all the teachers, it could not triumph by force. Multiple murders in secrecy would result in the school's closure, as nearly happened in 1943, or in the placing of new wards. So, why Slytherin's monster, Mr. Potter? What true purpose does it serve? Harry dropped his gaze to his water glass and tried to think. To kill anyone who got into the chamber and didn't belong there dash. A monster powerful enough to defeat a team of wizards that had broken past the best wards Salazar could place on his chamber? Unlikely. Harry was feeling a bit pressured now. Well, it's called the Chamber of Secrets, so maybe the monster has a secret. Or is a secret? For that matter, just what sort of secrets were in the Chamber of Secrets in the first place? Harry hadn't done a lot of research on the subject, in part because he'd gotten the impression that nobody knew anything. Professor Quirrell was smiling. Why not just write the secret down? Said Harry, because if the monster spoke Parseltongue, that would ensure that only a true descendant of Slytherin could hear the secret. Easy enough to key the wards on the chamber to a phrase spoken in Parseltongue. Why go to the trouble of creating Slytherin's monster? It cannot have been easy to create a creature with a lifespan of centuries. Come, Mr. Potter. It should be obvious. What are the secrets that can be told from one living mind to another, but never written down? Harry saw it then, with a burst of adrenaline that started his heart racing, his breath coming faster. Oh, Salazar Slytherin had been very cunning indeed. Cunning enough to come up with a way to bypass the interdict of Merlin. Powerful wizardries couldn't be transmitted through books or ghosts, but if you could create a long-lived enough sentient creature with a good enough memory. It seems very probable to me, said Professor Quirrell, that he who must not be named began his climb to power with secrets obtained from Slytherin's monster. That Salazar's lost knowledge is the source of you-know-who's extraordinarily powerful wizardry. Hence my interest in the Chamber of Secrets and the case of Mr. Hagrid. I see, Harry said. And if he, Harry, could find Salazar's Chamber of Secrets, then all of the lost knowledge that Lord Voldemort had obtained would be his as well. Yes, that was just how the story should go. Add in Harry's superior intelligence and some original magical research and some Muggle rocket launchers, and the resulting fight would be completely one-sided, which was exactly how Harry wanted it. Harry was grinning, now, a very evil grin. New priority. Find everything in Hogwarts that looks remotely like a snake, and try speaking to it. Starting with everything you've already tried. Only this time be sure to use Parseltongue instead of English. Get Draco to let you into the Slytherin dorms. Don't become too excited, Mr. Potter, said Professor Quirrell. His own face had become expressionless. Now, you must continue thinking. What were the Dark Lord's parting words to Slytherin's monster? What? Harry said. How could either of us possibly know that? Visualize the scene, Mr. Potter. Let your imagination fill in the details. Slytherin's monster, probably some great serpent, so that only a Parselmouth may speak to it, has finished imparting all of the knowledge it possesses to he who must not be named. It conveys to him Salazar's final benediction, and warns him that the Chamber of Secrets must now remain closed until the next descendant of Salazar should prove cunning enough to open it. And he who will become the Dark Lord nods, and says to it, dash. Avada Kedavra, said Harry, suddenly feeling sick to his stomach. Rule 12, Professor Quirrell said quietly. Never leave the source of your power lying around where someone else can find it. Harry's gaze dropped to the tablecloth, which had decorated itself in a mournful pattern of black flowers and shadows. Somehow that seemed too sad to be imagined. Slytherin's great snake had only wanted to help Lord Voldemort, and Lord Voldemort had there was something unbearably sorrowful about it. What sort of person would do that to a being who'd offered them nothing but friendship? Do you think the Dark Lord would have dash? Yes, Professor Quirrell said flatly. He who must not be named left quite a trail of bodies behind him, Mr. Potter. I doubt he would have omitted that one. If there were any artifacts left there that could be moved, the Dark Lord would have taken those with him as well. There might still be something worth seeing in the Chamber of Secrets, and to find it would prove yourself the true heir of Slytherin. But do not raise your hopes too high. I suspect that all you will find is the remains of Slytherin's monster resting quietly in its grave. They sat in silence for a while. I could be wrong, said Professor Quirrell. In the end, it is only a guess. But I did wish to warn you, Mr. Potter, so that you would not be too sorely disappointed. Harry nodded shortly. One might even regret your infant self's victory, said Professor Quirrell. His smile twisted. If only you know who had lived, you might have persuaded him to teach you some of the knowledge that would have been your heritage, from one heir of Slytherin to another. The smile twisted further, as though to mock the obvious impossibility, even given the premise. Note to self, thought Harry, with a slight chill and an edge of anger, make sure to extract my heritage out of the Dark Lord's mind, one way or another. There was another silence. Professor Quirrell was looking at Harry as though waiting for him to ask something. Well, said Harry, so long as we're on the topic, can I ask how you think the whole Parselmouth business actually dash? There came a knock at the door. Then Professor Quirrell raised a cautionary finger, then opened the door with a wave. The waitress entered, balancing a huge platter with their meals as though the whole assembly weighed nothing, which was in fact probably the case. She gave Professor Quirrell his bowl of green soup and a glass of his usual Chianti, and set down before Harry a plate of small meat strips smothered in a heavy-looking sauce, plus a glass of his accustomed treacle soda. Then she bowed, managing to make it seem like sincere respect rather than perfunctory acknowledgement, and departed. When she was gone, Professor Quirrell held up a finger for silence again and drew his wand. And then Professor Quirrell began performing a certain series of incantations that Harry recognized, making him take a sharp breath. It was the series and ordering that Mr. Bester had used, the full set of 27 spells that you would perform before discussing anything of truly great import. If the discussion of the Chamber of Secrets hadn't counted as important, when Professor Quirrell was done, he'd performed 30 spells, 3 of which Harry hadn't heard before. The defense professor said, "Now, we shall not be interrupted for a time. Can you keep a secret, Mr. Potter?" Harry nodded. "A serious secret, Mr. Potter," Professor Quirrell said. His eyes were intent, his face grave. "One which could potentially send me to Azkaban. Think about it before you reply." For a moment, Harry didn't even see why the question should be hard, given his growing collection of secrets. Then, if this secret could send Professor Quirrell to Azkaban, that means he's done something illegal. Harry's brain performed a few calculations. Whatever the secret, Professor Quirrell did not think his illegal act would reflect badly on him in Harry's eyes. There was no advantage to be gained from not hearing it. And if it did reveal something wrong with Professor Quirrell, then it was very much to Harry's advantage to know it, even if he had promised not to tell anyone. "I never had very much respect for authority," Harry said. "Legal and governmental authority included. I will keep your secret." Harry didn't bother asking whether the revelation was worth the danger it would pose to Professor Quirrell. The defense professor wasn't stupid. "Then I must test whether you are truly a descendant of Salazar," said Professor Quirrell, and stood up from his chair. Harry, prompted more by reflex and instinct than calculation, shoved himself up out of his own chair as well. There was a blur, a shift, a sudden motion. Harry aborted his panicked backward leap halfway through, leaving him windmilling his arms and trying not to fall over, a frantic flush of adrenaline running through him. At the other end of the room swayed a snake a meter high, bright green and intricately banded in white and blue. Harry didn't know enough snake lore to recognize it, but he knew that brightly colored meant poisonous. The constant sense of doom had diminished, ironically enough, after the defense professor of Hogwarts had turned into a venomous snake. Harry swallowed hard and said, "Greetings, HSSSS, no, greetings. SSO, hissed the snake. You speak, I hear. I speak, you hear? Yes, I hear, hissed Harry. You are an animagus. Obvious sly, hissed the snake. 37 ruleless, number 34, become animagus. All sensible people do, if can. Thus very rare. The snake's eyes were flat surfaces ensconced within dark pits, sharp black pupils in dark gray fields. This ISS most secure way to speak. You see, no others understand, USS. Even if they are snake animagi, not unless heir of Slytherin wills. The snake gave a series of short hisses, which Harry's brain translated as sardonic laughter. Slytherin, not stupid. Snake animagus, not same as Parselmouth. Would be huge flaw in scheme. Well, that definitely argued that Parseltongue was personal magic, not snakes being sentient beings with a learnable language. I am not registered, hissed the snake. The dark pits of its eyes stared at Harry. Animagus must be registered. Penalty is 2 years imprisonment. Will you keep my secret, boy? Yes, hissed Harry. Would never break permiss. The snake seemed to hold still, as though in shock, and then began to sway again. We come here next in 7 days. Bring cloak to pass unseen. Bring hourglass to move through time dash. You know, hissed Harry in shock. How dash? Again the series of short, quick hisses that translated as sardonic laughter. You arrive in my first class while still in other class, strike down enemy with pie, 2 balls of memory dash. Never mind, hissed Harry. Stupid question. Forgot you were smart. Foolish thing to forget, said the snake, but the hiss did not seem offended. Hourglass is restricted, Harry said. Cannot ussy until 9th hour. The snake twitched its head, a snakish nod. Many restrictions. Locked to your ussy only, cannot be stolen. Cannot transport other humans. But snake carried in pouch, I suspect will go with. Think possible to hold hourglass motionless within shell, without disturbing wardses, while you turn shell around it. We will test in 7 days. Will not speak of plants beyond this. You say nothing to no one. Give no sign of expectancy. None. Understand. Harry nodded. Answer in speech. Yes. Will do as I said. Yes. But Harry gave a wobbling rasp that was how his mind had translated a hesitant into snakish. I do not promise to do whatever this ISS. You have not said dash. The snake performed a shiver that Harry's mind translated as a severe glare. Of course not. We'll discuss specifics at next meeting. The blur and motion reversed itself, and Professor Quirrell was standing there once more. For a moment the defense professor himself seemed to sway, as the snake had swayed, and his eyes seemed cold and flat, and then his shoulders straightened, and he was human once more. And the aura of doom had returned. Professor Quirrell's chair scooted back for him, and he sat down in it. No sense in letting this go to waste, Professor Quirrell said as he picked up his spoon, though at the moment I would much prefer a live mouse. One can never quite disentangle the mind from the body. It wears, you see. Harry slowly took his seat and began eating. So the line of Salazar did not die with you-know-who after all, said Professor Quirrell after a time. It would seem that rumors have already begun to spread among our fine student body, that you are dark. I wonder what they would think if they knew that. Or if they knew that I had destroyed a Dementor, Harry said, and shrugged. I figure all the fuss will blow over the next time I do something interesting. Hermione is having trouble, though, and I was wondering if you might have any suggestions for her." The defense professor ate several spoonfuls of soup in silence, then, and when he spoke again, his voice was oddly flat. "You really care about that girl?" "Yes," Harry said quietly. "I suppose that is why she was able to bring you out of your dementation." "More or less," Harry said. The statement was true in a way, just not exact. It was not that his demented self had cared, but that it had been confused. "I did not have any friends like that when I was young." Still the same emotionless voice. "What would have become of you? I wonder if you had been alone." Harry shivered before he could stop himself. "You must be feeling grateful to her." Harry just nodded. "Not quite exact, but true. Then here is what I might have done at your age, if there had been anyone to do it for. 50. Self-centeredness. Padma Patil had finished her dinner a little late, getting on towards 7:30, and was now striding quickly out of the great hall on her way to the Ravenclaw dorm and the study rooms. Gossiping was fun, and destroying Granger's reputation was more fun, but it could distract from schoolwork. She'd put off a 6-inch essay on Lomellular would do in next morning's herbology class, and she needed to finish it tonight. It was while she was passing through a long, twisting, narrow stone corridor that the whisper came, sounding like it was coming from right behind her. "Padma Patil." She spun around quick as lightning, her wand already snatched up from a pocket of her robes and leaping into her hands. If Harry Potter thought he could sneak up on and scare her that easily, there was no one there. Instantly, Padma spun around and looked in the other direction. If it had been a ventriloquism charm, there was no one there either. The whispering sigh came again, soft and dangerous with a slight hissing undertone. "Padma Patil, Slytherin girl." "Harry Potter, Slytherin boy," she said out loud. She'd fought Potter and his Chaos Legion a dozen times over, and she knew that this was Harry Potter doing this somehow, even though the ventriloquism charm was only line of sight, and in the winding corridor, she could easily see all the way to the nearest twist both forward and backward, and there was no one there. It didn't matter. She knew her enemy. There was a whispery chuckle now coming from beside her, and she spun around and pointed her wand at the whisper and shouted, "Luminos!" The red bolt of light shot out and struck the wall, which lit with a crimson glow that soon faded. She hadn't really expected it to work. Harry Potter couldn't possibly be invisible, not really invisible. That was magic most grown-ups couldn't do, and she'd never believed 9/10 of the stories about him. The whispery voice laughed again, now on her other side. "Harry Potter stands on the precipice," whispered the voice, now sounding very close to her ear. "He is wavering, but you are already falling, Slytherin girl." The hat never called out Slytherin for my name. Potter. She backed up against the wall, so she wouldn't have to watch behind herself, and raised her wand in an attack stance. Again the soft laugh. "Harry Potter has been in the Ravenclaw common room for the last half hour, helping Kevin Entwistle and Michael Corner rehearse potions recipes. But it matters not. I am here to deliver a warning to you, Padma Patil. And if you choose to ignore it, that is your own affair." "Fine," she said coldly. "Go ahead and warn me, Potter. I'm not afraid of you." "Slytherin was a great house. Once," said the whisper. It sounded sadder now. "Slytherin was once a house you would have been proud to choose, Padma Patil. But something turned wrong. Something turned sour. Do you know what went awry in Slytherin House, Padma Patil? No, and I don't care. But you should care, said the whisper, now sounding like it was coming from just behind her head, where it stood almost pressed against the wall. For you are still that girl whom the Sorting Hat offered that choice. Do you think that just choosing Ravenclaw means that you are not Pansy Parkinson, and will not ever become Pansy Parkinson, no matter how you conduct yourself otherwise? Despite everything, now small chills of fear were spreading out from her spine and running over her skin. She'd heard those stories about Harry Potter too, that he was a secret legilimens. But she still stood straight, and she put all the bite she could into her voice when she said, "The Slytherins went dark to get power, just like you did, Potter. And I won't, not ever. But you'll spread vicious rumors about an innocent girl," whispered the voice, "even though it will not help you attain any of your own ambitions, and without considering that she has powerful allies who might take offense. That is not the proud Slytherin of the old days, Padma Patil. That is not the pride of Salazar. That is Slytherin gone rotten, Padma Parkinson, not Padma Malfoy." She was getting more creeped out than she ever had been in her life, and the possibility was starting to occur to her that this might really be a ghost. She hadn't ever heard that ghosts could hide themselves like this, but maybe they just didn't usually do it, not to mention that most ghosts weren't this eerie. They were just dead people after all. "Who are you?" "The Bloody Baron." When Harry Potter was bullied and beaten, the voice whispered, he commanded all his allies to refrain from vengeance. Do you remember that, Padma Patil? For Harry Potter is wavering, but not yet lost. He is struggling. He knows himself to be in peril. But Hermione Granger made no such request of her own allies. Harry Potter is angered with you now, Padma Patil, more angered than he would ever be on his own behalf, and he has allies of his own. A shudder went through her. She knew that it was visible, and she hated herself for it. "Oh, don't be afraid," breathed the voice. "I will not hurt you. For you see, Padma Patil, Hermione Granger truly is innocent. She does not stand on the precipice. She is not falling. She did not ask her allies to refrain from hurting you, because the thought did not even occur to her as a possibility. And Harry Potter knows very well that if he hurt you or caused you to be hurt for Hermione Granger's sake, then she would never speak to him again until the sun burned low and the last star failed in the night sky." The voice was very sad now. "She truly is a kindly girl, a person such as I could only wish to be." "Granger can't cast the Patronus charm," said Padma. "If she was really as nice as she pretends to be, Dash. Can you cast the Patronus charm, Padma Patil? You dared not even attempt it. You feared what the result would be." "That's not true. I didn't have time. That was all." The whisper continued. But Hermione Granger did try, openly before her friends, and when her magic failed, she was surprised and dismayed. For there are secrets to the Patronus charm that few ever knew, and maybe none now know, but I. A soft, whispery chuckle. "Let it stand that it is no stain of her spirit that halts her light from coming forth. Hermione Granger cannot cast the Patronus charm for the very same reason that Godric Gryffindor, who raised these halls, never could." The corridor was becoming colder. She was certain of it, as though someone were using the chilling charm. And Harry Potter is not Hermione Granger's only ally. Now there was an undertone of dry amusement in that whisper. It reminded her suddenly and frighteningly of Professor Quirrell. Phileas Flitwick and Minerva McGonagall are quite fond of her, I do believe. Did it occur to you that if those two learned what you were doing to Hermione Granger, they might become less fond of you? They might not intervene openly, perhaps, but they might be a little slower to award you house points, a little slower to steer opportunities your way. Potter snarked on me. A ghostly chuckle, a dry ha-ha-ha. Do you think those two are stupid, deaf, and blind? In a sadder whisper, do you think Hermione Granger is not precious to them, that they will not see her hurting? As they might have been fond of you once, their bright young Padma Patil, but you are throwing it away. Padma's throat was dry. She hadn't thought of that, not at all. I wonder how many people will end up caring for you, Padma Patil, on this path that you now tread. Is it worth that much, just to distance yourself further from your sister? To be the shadow to Parvati's light? Your deepest fear has always been to fall into harmony with her, back into harmony with her, I should say. But is it worth hurting an innocent girl just to make yourself that much more different? Must you be the evil twin, Padma Patil? Can you not find a different good to pursue? Her heart was hammering in her chest. She'd never talked about that with anyone. I have always wondered at how students bully each other, sighed the voice. How children make life difficult for themselves. How they turn their schools into prisons even with their own hands. Why do human beings make their own lives so unpleasant? I can give you a part of the answer, Padma Patil. It is because people do not stop and think before causing pain. If they do not imagine that they themselves could also be hurt, that they might also suffer from their own misdeeds. But suffer you will. Oh, yes, Padma Patil, suffer you will, if you stay on this road. You will suffer the same pain of loneliness, the same pain of others' fear and distrust that you now inflict on Hermione Granger. Only for you it will be deserved. Her wand was shaking in her hand. You did not choose sides when you went to Ravenclaw, girl. You choose your side by the way you live your life, what you do to other people, and what you do to yourself. Will you illuminate others' lives or darken them? That is the choice between light and dark, not any word the Sorting Hat cries out. And the hard part, Padma Patil, is not saying light. The hard part is deciding which is which and admitting it to yourself when you begin down the wrong road. There was silence. It went on for a time, and Padma realized that she had been dismissed. Padma almost dropped her wand when she tried to put it back into her pocket. She almost fell when she took a step forward away from the wall and turned to go. I have not always chosen rightly between light and dark, the whisper said, now loud and harsh directly into her ear. Do not take my wisdom as a final word. Girl, do not fear to question it, for though I tried, I have sometimes failed. Oh, yes, I have failed. But you are hurting a true innocent, and you will achieve none of your ambitions by doing so. It is not for any cunning plan. You are inflicting pain purely for the sake of the pleasure it brings you. I have not always chosen rightly between light and dark, but that I know for darkness, for certain. You are hurting an innocent girl and escaping retribution only because she is too kindly to tolerate her allies moving against you. I cannot hurt you for that, so know only that I cannot respect it. You are unworthy of Slytherin. Go and do your herbology homework, Ravenclaw girl. The final whisper came out in a louder hiss that sounded almost like a snake, and Padma fled. She fled down the corridors like lethifolds were chasing her. She ran, heedless of the rules about running in the corridors, even when she passed other students who looked at her in surprise. She did not stop. She ran all the way to the Ravenclaw dorms with her pulse pounding in her neck. The door asked her, "Why does the sun shine in the day instead of the nighttime?" And it took her 3 tries before she could make her answer coherent. And then the door came open, and she saw a few girls and boys, some young and some old, all staring at her. And in one corner at the pentagonal table, Harry Potter and Michael Corner and Kevin Entwistle, looking up from their textbooks. "Sweet Merlin," exclaimed Penelope Clearwater, rising from a couch. "What happened to you, Padma?" She stuttered. I heard a ghost." "It wasn't the Bloody Baron, was it?" said Clearwater. She drew her wand, and a moment later she was holding a cup, and then an agumeni later the cup was filled with water. "Here, drink this, sit down." Padma was already striding toward the pentagonal table. She looked at Harry Potter, who was looking at her with his own gaze, calm and grave, and a little sad. "You did this," Padma said. How dare you?" There was a sudden hush in the Ravenclaw dorm. Harry just looked at her and said, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Don't deny it," Padma said, her voice shaking. "You set that ghost on me," it said. "I mean it," Harry said. "Can I help you with anything? Get you some food, or go fetch a soda for you, or help you with your homework, or anything like that?" Everyone was staring at the two of them. "Why?" Padma said. She couldn't think of anything else to say. She didn't understand. "Because some of us are standing on the precipice," Harry said. "And the difference is what you do for other people. Will you let me help you with something? Padma, please?" She stared at him and knew in that moment that he'd gotten his own warning, same as her. She said, "I've got to write 6 inches on lomellular. Let me run up to my dorm room and get my herbology stuff," Harry said. He rose from the pentagonal table, looked at Entwistle and Corner. "Sorry, guys, I'll see you later." They didn't say anything, just stared, along with everyone else in the dorm room, as Harry Potter walked over to the stairs. And just as he started up, he said, "And no one's to pester her with questions unless she wants to talk about it. I hope everyone's got that." "Got it," said most of the first years and some of the older students, a few of them sounding quite scared. And she talked about a lot of things with Harry Potter besides lomellular wood, even her fear of falling back into harmony with Parvati, which she'd never talked about with anyone before. But then Harry's ghostly ally already knew, and Harry had reached into his pouch and pulled out some odd books, loaning them to her on condition of complete secrecy, saying that if she could comprehend those books, it would change the pattern of her thinking enough that she'd never fall into harmony with Parvati again. At 9 o'clock, when Harry said he had to go, the essay was only half done. And when Harry paused and looked at her on the way out and said that he thought she was worthy of Slytherin, it made her feel good for a whole minute before she realized what had just been said to her and who had said it. When Padma got down to breakfast that morning, she saw Mandy see her and whisper something to the girl sitting beside her at the Ravenclaw table. She saw that girl get up from the bench and walk toward her. Last night Padma had been glad that girl roomed in the other dorm, but now that she thought about it, this was worse. Now she had to do it in front of everyone. But even though Padma was sweating, she knew what she had to do. The girl came closer. "I'm sorry." "What?" said Padma. That was her line. "I'm sorry," repeated Hermione Granger. Her voice was loud, so that everyone could hear. I I didn't ask Harry to do that, and I was angry with him when I found out, and I made him promise not to do it again to anyone, and I'm not talking to him for a week. I'm really, really sorry, Miss Patil." Hermione Granger's back was stiff. Her face was stiff. You could see the sweat on her face. Said Padma. Her own thoughts were pretty much scrambled. Now, Padma's gaze flicked to the Ravenclaw table, where one boy was watching them with tight eyes and his hands clenched in his lap. "Earlier, I told you to be nicer," shrieked Hermione. Harry was starting to sweat. He'd never actually heard Hermione scream at him before, and it was quite loud in the empty classroom. But I was nice." Harry protested. "I practically redeemed her. Padma was going down the wrong path, and I turned her off it. I probably changed her whole life to be happier. Besides, you should have heard the original version of what Professor Quirrell suggested I do dash," at which point Harry realized what he was saying and closed his mouth a second too late. Hermione clutched at her chestnut curls, a gesture Harry hadn't seen from her before. What did he say to do? Kill her? The defense professor had suggested that Harry identify all the key influential students inside and outside his year and try to gain control of the entire Hogwarts rumor mill, remarking that this was a generally useful and amusing challenge for any true Slytherin attending Hogwarts. "Nothing like that," Harry said quickly. "He just said in a general way that I should get influence over the people spreading rumors. And I decided that the nice version of that would be to just inform Padma directly about the meaning of what she was doing and the possible consequences of her actions, instead of trying to threaten her or anything like that dash. You call that not threatening someone?" Hermione's hands were pulling at her hair now. Harry said. I guess she might have felt a little threatened, but Hermione, people will do whatever they think they can get away with. They don't care about how much it hurts other people if it doesn't hurt themselves. If Padma thinks there's no consequences to spreading lies about you, then of course she'll just go on doing it dash. And you think there's going to be no consequences to what you did? Harry got a sudden, sick feeling to his stomach. Hermione had the angriest look on her that he'd ever seen. "What do you think the other students think of you now, Harry? Of me? If Harry doesn't like the way you talk about Hermione, you'll get ghosts set on you. Is that what you want them to think?" Harry opened his mouth, and no words came out. He just hadn't thought about it that way. Actually, Hermione reached down to grab her books from the table where she'd slammed them. "I'm not talking to you for a week, and I'll tell everyone I'm not talking to you for a week, and I'll tell them why, and maybe that'll undo some of what you just did. And after that week, I'll decide then what to do. I guess dash. Hermione." Harry's own voice rose to a shriek of desperation. "I was trying to help." The girl turned back and looked at him as she opened the classroom door. "Harry," she said, and her voice trembled a little beneath the anger, "Professor Quirrell is sucking you into the darkness. He really is. I mean it, Harry. This wasn't him. This wasn't what he said to do. This was just me dash." Hermione's voice was almost a whisper now. "Someday you're going to go out to lunch with him, and it will be your dark side that comes back, or maybe even you won't come back at all." "I promise you," Harry said, "that I will come back from lunch." He wasn't even thinking as he said it, and Hermione just turned around and strode out and slammed the door behind her. Way to invoke the laws of dramatic irony. Moron. Observed Harry's internal critic. "Now you're going to die this Saturday. Your last words will be, 'I'm sorry, Hermione,' and she'll always regret that the last thing she did was slam the door." "Oh, shut up," When Padma sat down with Hermione for breakfast and said in a voice loud enough for others to hear that the ghost had just told her things that were important for her to hear, and Harry Potter had been right to do it, there were some people who were less frightened afterward, and some who were frightened more. And afterward people did say fewer nasty things about Hermione, at least in the first year, at least in public, where Harry Potter might hear about it. When Professor Flitwick asked Harry if he was responsible for what had happened to Padma, and Harry said yes, Professor Flitwick told him that he was to serve 2 days detention. Even if it had only been a ghost and Padma hadn't been hurt, still, that wasn't acceptable behavior for a Ravenclaw student. Harry nodded and said that he understood why the professor had to do that, and wouldn't protest, but considering that it did seem to have turned Padma around, did Professor Flitwick really think, off the record, that he'd done the wrong thing? And Professor Flitwick paused, seeming to actually think about it, and then said to Harry in a solemnly squeaky voice that he needed to learn how to relate to other students the normal way. And Harry couldn't help but think that this was advice that Professor Quirrell would never give him. Harry couldn't help but think that if he'd done it Professor Quirrell's way, the normal Slytherin way, a mixture of positive and negative incentives to bring Padma and the other rumor-mongers under his explicit control, then Padma wouldn't have talked about it, and Hermione would have never found out, in which case Padma wouldn't have been redeemed. She would have stayed on the wrong path, and she herself would have suffered from that eventually. It wasn't as if Harry had lied to Padma in any way when he was time-turned and invisible and using the ventriloquism charm. Harry still wasn't sure whether he'd done the right thing or a right thing, and Hermione hadn't relented on not talking to him, though she was talking a lot with Padma. It hurt more than Harry had expected, going back to studying by himself, like his brain had already started to forget its long-honed skill of being alone. The days until Saturday's lunch with Professor Quirrell seemed to go by very, very slowly. And that wraps up Part 9 of Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality, another set of brilliantly crafted chapters. And the journey isn't over yet. What was your favorite insight or theory from these chapters? Did Harry's logic impress you? Or do you think he's overlooking something? Let's discuss in the comments. Fun fact: did you know Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality is one of the most famous and widely read fanfictions ever written? It has inspired discussions, essays, and even academic debates on rational thinking. If you're loving this audiobook, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a chapter. And if you'd like to support the channel while unlocking exclusive content, consider becoming a member of Grimoire Audiobooks. The strongest magic isn't found in wands or spells. It's found in the power of a mind unchained. Until next time, Grimoire Guardians.